Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Hello? Testing, testing.
gonna be vaccinated.
Right.
And then we're not gonna have to do the other.
Yes. Well, that's why I was pleased with the RWJB.
Yeah, no, I'll look into this one, and you know what, I'll see if I can pull Jay Elliott up. Maybe I'll see the whole list.
Yeah, it was right on the website,
Okay.
and it was the 5 places.
That was the Board of, the Township, the Health
Township.
Department.
Okay, we're gonna start the meeting, so please stand, flag salute.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And roll call, please.
Mr. Shi?
Here.
Mr. Mohin Patel?
Here.
Ms. Peng?
Here.
Ms. Conway?
Here.
Dr. Chen?
Here.
Ms. Podolsky?
Here.
Ms. Madiker?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Here.
All present.
Opening statement. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provision of this act, the Edison Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Board of Education administrative offices. Copies of these notices were sent to the Home News Tribune and the Star Ledger on January 5th, 2021, and February 17, 2021. The public may participate at regular meetings in accordance with the bylaws and the applicable state regulations. So as you know that we had a Thursday meeting just because of snow. We canceled it, so we're combining the two meetings into one. So now we are going to the privilege session. So Ann?
Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances. And whereas this public body is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Township of Edison, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey as follows. The public shall be excluded from discussion of and action upon the hereinafter specified subject matters. The general nature of the subject matter to be discussed is as follows. Personnel items. It is anticipated at this time that the above stated subject matter shall be made public at such time as the need for non-disclosure no longer exists. This resolution shall take effect immediately.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Mohin Patel, can I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Bureau Patel.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Mohin Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
All right, so we have a small agenda, so we'll probably be in closed session about half an hour to 45 minutes. So we'll be back. Thank you. Can I have a motion, Ann?
I need someone to make a motion.
Oh, can I have?
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
Mohan Patel, second. You guys can do that. Okay.
Okay.
Shivi.
Mr. Burrell Patel? Ms. White? Ms. Madiker? Ms. Podolsky? Dr. Chen? Ms. Conway? Ms. Peng? Mr. Mohan Patel? Mr. Shi?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Okay, so there's a slight change on the agenda item. We have a student recognition, so we're gonna do that first. And it's a video, so we're just gonna play that first, okay?
Of John Adams Middle School. Congratulations, Ms. Seto and Ms. Kramer, as well as the SCCLA Fall Conference Gold Medalists, Ashni Murray, Shrita Dar, and Nitya Science. I am so proud of you and cannot wait to see what you accomplish next. You truly are amazing.
Hi, this is Mr. Ross. Thanks to everyone for coming out for Student Recognition Night. From Edison High School, our 2021 National Merit semifinalists and now finalists, Meyer, Higgins, Griffith, and Durga Singh. Our Special National Merit Scholarship semifinalist, Rushi Athavale. EHS Girls Soccer Team, all white division, all conference, the all-time leading goal scorer in EHS history with 105 goals, the GOAT Samantha Moxie. Also from the ladies soccer team, GMC all-white division, Jenna Lynn Aravena and Taylor Hearn. For the girls tennis team, all-white division, Perna Kulkarni, and all-white division, all GMC for the tennis team, Nandana Vinod. From the boys soccer team, all-white division, Mr. Jaden Jackson. From the EHS cross-country team, all-red division, Gayatri Narayanan. Also all-white division from the Henderson High cross-country team, Talak Dada, Akshay Vidul, Victor Osiemo, Sean Abramic. From Edison High School football team, first team, all-area defense, first team, all division. Adekunle Shutu, Daniel Murad, Quentin Rose. First team, all defense, all division, Daniel Murad. First team, all area offense, first team, all division, Matty Yasko. All area offense, first team, all division, Jaden Burt and Malcolm Stansbury. And all first team, all division, honorable mention, all area, Zakaria Nasser. And EHS all area offense, James Lynch. From the varsity cheerleading NJCDCA, all-state cheerleading team, Miss Nicole Yasko. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for being what's great about Edison High.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Shao. Thank you all for being here tonight to recognize our students. Congratulations to all the students being recognized tonight. Our J.P. Stevens Hawks continue to fly high.
2020-2021 National Merit Semifinalists. Jayant Basin, Arnav Babora, Ruben Chang, Sriya Chintalapudi, Varsha Etagunta, Sachin Ganpuli, Ayush Gupta, Shraddha Hariharan, Shivi Jindal, Sanskar Kapoor, Sagar Kandawal, Ethan Kwok, Linda Liu, Michelle Liu, Leon Liu, David Ma, Siobhan Mukherjee, Vaishnavi Nemala, Mayank Paliwal, Karina Pandya, Nilay Patel, Siobhan Patel, Manan Shah, Shreya Shivakumar, Rishi Sinha, Manavi Simbal, Millie Simbal, Nina Trousdale, Dhrithi Valori, and Alan Wong. FCCLA State Leadership Conference. Keshav Kadu, Ishneet Kerr, Behel Patel, Ethan Gutierrez, Anika Patel, Harsh John, Jacqueline Trotman, Amrutha Banda, Kayla Aravindan, Ayushi Soni, Kushi Shah, Riddhi Shindi, Snehal Balani, Amelia D'Souza, Ananya Rangaswamy, Aditi Kuba, Annie Aravindan, Akshara Dadakamala, Marinia Mukuri, Gracie Bordwakish, Nikki DeCosta, Devi Patel, Simran Joshi, Nitya Anjadala, Benita Kiza Kapoor, Arnav Doshi, Lakshya Gore, Asa Mughal, Arnav Prabhu, Sneha Banda, Riddhi Srinivasan, Sanhitha Mufarrafu, Jitya Guruvestram, Anaga Dandi, Aryaman Galuj, Krish Nick, Rush Saeed, Shri Singal, Arita Trivedi, Ayushi Gupta, Aditi Tayagi, Pragya Gupta, Yashika Chada, Anna Shah, Sophie Romansky, Leva Magul, Sia Batra, Sevan Patel, and Max Nevada. FCCLA Fall Leadership Conference. Ananya Rangaswamy, Amelia D'Souza, Abhishek Guruveswaran, Maria George, Ishita Boma, Amirtha Varshini Suburaman, Anumita Jazankar, Sia Trivedi, Triya Google, Harita Trivedi, Shri Singal, Dia Patangadi, Nishika Satuvadi, Nikki Patel, and Neha Patel. FCCLA National Leadership Conference. Ishneet Kirk, Behel Patel, Yashika Chowda, Anna Shah, Jacqueline Trotman, Leva Udall, Sophie Romansky, Sia Batra, Sepan Patel, Amelia D'Souza, Ananya Rangaswamy, Aditi Kuba, Annie Arvinde, Akshara Dadakamala, Snehal Banda, Riddhi Srinivasan, Sanhitha Muthurafu, Jityarshi Guruveswaran, Naga Dandi, Max Nevada, Aryaman Galuj, Krish Naik, Rush Saeed, Shri Singal, Arita Trivedi, Ayushi Gupta, Aditi Tayagi, and Pragya Gupta. U.S. Bands Division IV New Jersey State Champions, the John P. Stevens High School Marching Band. John P. Stevens High School Choir Regional Championship, Young Artist Finalist, Popular Voice, Megna Dubs. John P. Stevens High School Girls Soccer Team, All GMC, All Red Division, Mia Cheshire. John P. Stevens High School Girls Soccer Team, All Red Division, Alexandra Galarza and Chloe Trevette. John P. Stevens High School Girls Tennis Team, All Red Division, All County First Team, All State Group 4 First Team. Kavya Kanan. John P. Stevens High School Girls Tennis Team, All Red Division, All State Group 4 First Team. Triya Upadhyaya and Shubi Upadhyaya. John P. Stevens High School Boys Cross Country Team, All Red Division. Soham Wallamakar. John P. Stevens High School football team, all red division. Clarence Dixon. John P. Stevens High School football team, all red division. Ethan Edwards. John P. Stevens High School girls cross country team, all red division. Zeal Shaw. John P. Stevens High School girls tennis team, red division, sportsmanship award. Sanjana Chitness. Erin Gassi. Mia Gutierrez. Emily Shedd. Harini Kanan. Kavya Kanan. Neha Saraswatula. Lauren Sun. Shreya Upadhyaya. And Shuri Upadhyaya. John P. Stevens High School boys soccer, all red division. Raquel Badiani.
Congratulations to all the students that was mentioned over here. And we also like to take this opportunity to thank the parents and thank all the coaches, the teachers to guide these students to make these achievements. Thank you. Now we're going through our general agenda. So first up, Mr. Barker, the Parent Help Desk.
Good evening. Good evening. Dr. Bragan, Mr. Shea, Mr. Patel, board members. I'm here tonight to provide an update with our Parent Help Desk and support system. You know, in building the solution, you know, let's start with the goal in mind. And our goal is to build a parent support system to better serve our stakeholders and the Edison Public School community. So with that said, in meeting with Dr. Bragan, there were some non-negotiables that had to be met. First of all, the process had to be effective, efficient, customer service was utmost important, and there had to be an accountability piece where everything would be measured. So let's talk about the solution. The solution will have 4 components. First, there will be phone support, email support, online support, and if necessary, scheduled in-person support. So let's talk about the process. We have our phone system, email, online, and as you'll see information gathering at step 1, action resolution will be step 2, notification will be step 3. So as a call comes in, a support member will pick up a phone call and take the information down as far as the situation that what's going on. And at that point, the information will be entered into the online database, where at that point, an email will go back to the requester and the call will be routed to the appropriate department to get resolution. Same thing with the phone system, as far as the email as well. So an email will come into the system, a customer support person will take that email, enter the information into the database. At that point, the requester will get a notification that the information was entered into the system and a resolution and action will be taking place. Once the action or resolution has been established, a notification will go back to the requester and information will be documented into the database. On the online side, we're going to be bypassing the requester the information gathering, because the requester could put the information directly into the database. And at that point, again, information will be routed to the proper department. And at the same time, information or notification will go back to the requester as far as where we are with the status of the request. So, okay, we have a process in place, but what are the expectations? Okay. The expectations, if the issue is not addressed immediately, at least the information side of it, the information gathering, the expectation is that a customer support person will reach out to the requester within 24 hours or next business day. When it comes to the action side and the resolution side of things, it really depends on the nature of the issue. So we didn't put a time frame on that right now, but during the whole process, as the issue is being addressed, there's constant communication with the requester, so they'll have a status update throughout the process. Any questions so far? You have a question?
You want to wait till the end?
Okay, for the tech, now we talked about in general, the whole process in general. Now we're going to kind of dive into the whole technology piece of it, just to give you an example of what we're looking to do as far as the technology department. Though we have a solution in place, we need to do better. We need to find a solution where we could address our customer service, our accountability, our efficiency. So we looked into different solutions and we found this one particular solution. And one thing I like about this, it's designed around the K-12 environment, which really addresses many of the issues that we've been struggling with throughout the year. First of all, the process has to have easy access via a mobile application or via the browser. So right now, you'll go to our website, click on a help desk, and you'll be routed right to the website. Easy access for. Another big piece of it, and again, going back to the whole K-12 environment, is the integration with many of our management solutions. ClassLink, Jam for our Apple devices, Genesis, Google, of course, and Beyond Trust, which is a remote access solution. So being a K-12 environment solution, there's a lot of integrations with a lot of the programs we already done, which makes things, again, more efficient for us, builds a better process, and ultimately, it'll have better customer service for our stakeholders. One piece that was real important to us is the whole ticketing process and how to create a ticket. The system has priority ticketing, constant communication. So as an issue is being addressed, there's constant communication back to the requester. Privacy, of course, and as an end user enters the technology work order, they'll be able to add pictures and other information to make it easier on the end user side or on the technician side to address the issue. And again, the ticketing system, as you go into it, you could drill down to a specific need. Again, a part of the K-12 environment. So like right now, we might get a ticket that says Chromebook doesn't work. It really hinders our ability to troubleshoot in an efficient manner. So now the end user, that could be a parent, that could be a child, that could be a staff member, will have the ability to enter this data directly and drill down to the specific need that they're dealing with. That also gives us the ability to troubleshoot and give a timeline as far as how fast the issue will be resolved. Another big component that I really like about this is the asset tracking and the repair history. As you, as a student, parent, or staff member logs into the system, it's all integrated together. So if I log into the system, it's going to see that all my devices and a repair history of all my devices, which is very convenient. And again, more asset tracking, repair history, and going back to the whole integration with our other systems. We're gathering information from all the systems, so now it's all in one location. Another big component that is the knowledge base. Powerful knowledge base right out of the box, and the ability to be customizable as needed. And again, last piece is the analytics side of it for the accountability. So for the most part, that's it. Any questions?
Can you just
telephone, how many people will be manning it, and if it's engaged, then what happens, and, you know.
And that's part of the process, that we're working out right now, talking to Dr. Bragan of how we're going to be handling multiple languages and phone support.
I just have a quick question. So this is, you highlighted on the technology side. When we talk about the parent help desk, we're talking about expanding to beside the technology area. Just say a new parent who come in the district, they don't know which department to contact. Will the system have a pick list that's, let's say, enrollment, transportation, or special ed, and things like that? If we doesn't have it, do we have the capability of adding these additional buckets in the system?
Yeah, this was just an example of our technology side of it, but yeah, the goal is to build a solution to address all issues as far as different departments. So if a call comes in and it's a special ed issue, it'll get routed to the proper department. First, information will be entered into the database, so it's documented, and at that point, it gets, not only will the requester get notified, but then it gets routed to the proper department. Same thing with transportation and enrollment.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the whole purpose of the system is, a lot of you have used help desk, and when you log an issue, you are issued a ticket number. And you can follow that ticket number to see where it is, in which stage is in the process. And I'm looking forward to see that we're going to put it into use.
Right.
So when is this going to be available?
Well, that's what we're working on right now. As far as the technology piece of it, we're soft launching it over the next week or so.
Okay.
We're working through the entire process for the other departments. We're working on some videos to show of how-to videos, so we could post that to the website to make it as easy and clear as possible for the end user. And again, it's an ongoing process.
Sure.
So we're hoping to have the solution up and running, say later in March, just so that we could make sure we work out all the issues.
Thank you, that's fantastic. I'm glad to see that, a great progress has been made on this. Any other board members, comments? Excellent. In a public, for the specific with this one, before we tell Ralph to sit down.
Is there additional cost to this?
The question is there any additional cost to this?
There is a cost. There is a cost to the solution. It's an online solution, a cloud-based solution, so yes, there is. Right now, it's approximately $14,000. But the beauty of this solution is that we can leverage it against multiple departments. So not only are we a technology piece of it, we can enrollment and all the other departments that we're talking about. So once we start leveraging it against all our departments, the value of it just skyrockets. Well, actually, and that's what we're working out right now.
Let me repeat the question. Who's manning the phone and the email? Can you stand over? Do you have any other questions? If you want, just stand over here.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was just curious, who's manning the phones and the online emails? Because that seems like a lot of work. They're getting 100 calls a day. So God bless you.
Yeah, well, actually, through technology, it makes, like for emails, for example, emails will get routed to the proper department. So if it's a special ed issue, it's going to get routed to the special ed department. If it's a transportation or enrollment, it gets routed to those departments. So actually, that makes it a little easier. As far as the phone calls are concerned, we have a team in place to answer such calls.
The point of this is increased productivity, right? You can type in a ticket anywhere when you have access. You can type on your phone. But if you're talking about phone calls, and if you have experience with the education center, we have limited people on the phone. So someone can be on the phone for 10 minutes just to explain the issue, right? With this, you can enter real quickly, and it's going to be routed to the right department. The efficiency is going to go up. So the residents will have a better response as to what they need. Try to, I don't want to pick any specific department, when the school starts, every time we have transportation issues, all right? And you try to get through the transportation, it's almost impossible because people are just on the phone trying to find out what it is. If you enter your bus stop number, it's much easier, much quicker It's for us to pinpoint, and we can solve the problem.
And that's also an important piece of just integrating the different technologies and building that database, knowledge base. So if a person does have a question, they don't necessarily have to call. It might be there already, especially if you get the same calls over and over again. So it's definitely an ongoing process. It's a situation that, you know, it can never be great because you could always make it better.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be something that the district will really benefit from.
It's a start.
It's a start.
Yep. Any other members have questions for this specific one? You have? Okay, come. This is specific to the help desk.
I can ask him questions while he's up here, right? This is
Help
not
desk
asking
issue.
questions?
Help desk issue,
All right,
what he just presented.
okay. Are you an independent contractor or you work for the BOE?
I work for the BOE.
You work for the BOE? How much did all this cost?
This component right here was $14,000.
$14,000? You worked for the BOE before you did this, started this?
Yeah.
Yeah, for how long?
Going on 7 years now.
7 years?
That's it? Thank you. Any other members? I'm sorry? Yeah, come over.
I was just wondering, is this a one-time fee for the 14,000? Is it an annual for maintenance?
Yes, it's going to be an annual fee.
Okay, so it would be an annual $14,000 fee a year for the next 10 years, 30 years, 25?
And again, it's a process.
You don't know?
No, it'll, if it's that worthwhile for, and I'm going to speak for the board, if it's a solution that we all see beneficial, like for the help desk, for a technology help desk, that'll be the core of how we do business, right?
Absolutely.
We want to make things as efficient as possible. For us, making sure that that child or that staff member has a device in their hand is utmost important for us.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So 14,000 a year, we don't know how long, but an agreement was typically 3, 5, 10, right?
No, it's yearly.
It's just annual,
Mhm.
okay. Can that amount fluctuate, you know, as technology and the use of it seems to, you know, be supported so much by the pandemic, just life today? Can those fees go up, or is it locked in?
No, they can go up, they may go down. It all depends how we internalize and build the solution as well.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
It's about building the process as far as, and then, you know, everything else will fall into place.
All right, seeing none, no more questions for Ralph, let's move on. The next agenda item is the last school year's audit. And every year, yes. Yes.
Is there a reason why the salute to the flag wasn't done? Was it overlooked?
I could answer that.
Excuse me. The salute to the flag was done probably before you came in. Probably before you came in, the salute of flag was done.
Was it done or wasn't?
It was.
Let's restart it.
I'm sorry, because it looks like it was overlooked.
No, it was never overlooked.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. And so next, we're going to go for the annual audit. Andy?
Evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Pleasure to be here. Andy Hodgelik with the firm PKF O'Connor Davies. Here to report on the audit on the financials of the district for the year ended June 30th, 2020. Just go very quickly. The audit, or our opinion on your financial statements for the year then ended, is a clean opinion or unmodified opinion, which indicates that in our opinion, the board's financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. With respect to the audit process itself, it entails gaining an understanding of the entity, its controls, and assessing risks that are embedded in the organization. With the district your size, emphasis of the audit is definitely on the functioning of your internal controls within the organization. And through that process, we obtain verifications, we review supporting documentation, and as indicated previously, again, with a clean opinion on the financials. With respect to the financials themselves, or what you see in your CAFR report, there are 3 different reporting levels of financial statement information. One is called a government-wide area. The next is a GAAP fund basis. And then the final presentation is a budgetary basis, which most members are interested in because that's how the budget is based on, or is built on that schedule. The financials indicated a positive variance from year to year, from June 30th, 19 to up to June 20. And that's always a good result to have a positive variance with respect to your fund balance. Going to the management report, there were some findings that were presented, and they are obviously outlined in your management report. They involve reconciliations timely and accurately of your payroll and payroll agency accounts, depositing of taxes on a timely manner, and also with respect to the maintenance of your general ledger system, some of the postings need to be performed more accurately, and the trial balances should be presented in a complete basis. There were a required comment on your food service. This seems to be a result of the way the situation occurred with the COVID-19 this year, but Department of Agriculture has a required calculation with respect to what they call net cash resources. And in this case, your net cash resources exceeded your 3 months average, and therefore it's a comment, and that's something you need to monitor going forward. Finally, in terms of comments, there were some items in terms of the district transportation registers that some of the reforms could not be located to verify attendance registers for certain students. It wasn't a huge amount, but again, we recommend that you may be sure to maintain on file all required registration forms for the audit period. And again, it was, obviously it was an interesting year based on the fact that we did experience the COVID, and I want to thank the district staff for all their help. We did a lot of the audit this year remotely. We were on site to some degree, but a lot more was remote than previous years. And again, the staff really helped us out, and we were able to complete the audit in an efficient manner. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or what have you from the board.
Thank you, Andy. You presented a very detailed, report to the Finance Facility Committee, and really appreciate, what you have done.
Just to follow up, Mr. President, you did ask a question, I think, the last time we met, and just so you know, in terms of audited expenditures, you have about $260 million worth of expenditures that went through the district this year, and we actually tested about $32 million of those expenditures. So it's a good level. It's a very detailed examination. We probably are on site, altogether, the audit hours, somewhere between 600 to 700 audit hours involved in the process. So it's a detailed examination. And as I indicated, it's not only financial, but it's also compliance, and we follow up with that.
Thank you. Any board members have comments for Andy? I just want to bring up one issue, and I brought up at the committee about the, reconciliation. And this is the third time on the report, and I'm very glad to hear that from the administration, and this is the last time. So, we'll continue to improve on this. Thank you very much. Okay. So now we'll open up to the audience. Anyone who have any questions for Andy on this audit report before I tell him to go home? Anyone has questions for the audit report? Step up. Yes.
Questions for the auditor?
Yes.
Okay.
Specific to the audit.
You work for the BOE, or is he an independent contractor?
He's a third party.
Third party?
Yes.
How much did it cost him to write this report?
The entire audit process, I think the bid process was $55,000, is that correct?
So actually all in was about $65,000.
65.
60, that's a lot of money. Who hired him?
Who hired him? The board hired him.
The board, the whole
Yes.
board hired him?
Yes.
Did the whole board hire you?
There was a
Or did-
resolution.
Did a specific individual hire you, or did the whole board hire you? I know the whole board hired you
Well,
at
let me-
one time, but how did it
Let me
start out?
answer your question. It went out to bid, okay? His firm came in much lower than the other one, so that's how the firm got picked.
What's the name of his company? I'm out at your company. Do you have any conflicts of interest? Yeah, no, with any board members? No?
Okay, any other questions for Andy? All right, see none? Thank you, and go home. All right, next up, Mr. Benedict. We have, recently, in the past year or so, we heard a lot of concerns and comments about residency issues. The students who do not live in Edison, they're coming to our school district, they're taking our resources, and last year we talked about have a annual verification, a residency verification, and now we have Mr. Benedict to provide an update of how that is going. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. With respect to the residency checks, to date, we've completed about 2,184 residency checks. That's all kindergarten, the majority of 8th grade. 5th grade is currently being worked on. The criteria that we use when we're looking at the residency is if you have an 80% likelihood that you are not in Edison, we turn you over to actually go out and knock on the doors. We're checking the documentation that comes back, as well as contacts that you are listing. So it's phone numbers, where you're coming out of. We're checking IP addresses. In the past few weeks, whatever, we identified about 82 people who were not in Edison, in the Edison area. We've confirmed 58 of those were actually not in town. And the investigators, it's turned over to the investigators, and they go out, they make the phone calls, whether you're out of state, out of country, wherever you're at, out of the town, and we track you down. Since the start of the school year, there have been 290 students who have been transferred out, identified as in another district, and 302 that are out of state, out of country. That's pretty much how we've tracked them down, considering during the course of the pandemic, people moving around and stuff like that. So that's where we're at with that. Residency, as far as you who aren't aware, an affidavit of residency is when you don't actually have a residence of your own or documentation that can support it. You can file an affidavit of residency. We investigate those and check those 3 times a year randomly. And that's just part of our standard operating procedure.
Okay.
Any questions?
So this is just one grade?
Pardon me?
This is just one grade?
No. No, this right now up to date, this is 3 grades going through. And the key grades of 5th to 6th and 8th to 9th is where we get them going into the high schools. And then there are the other students that we're also checking on as we come across them. So if anything flags up that doesn't look appropriate, we're going to investigate it.
Okay.
I have a question.
So, yeah, go ahead. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said that you look at
I received some complaints from the audience that they tried to call in through the video. So if we can speak closer to the microphone, that will help them. Thank you.
Is that better?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said that you are looking at IP addresses of students to determine whether they are out of district or not. But during the pandemic, some students might be going to, grandparents' house or things like that. So how do you decipher, who's somebody who's just gone temporarily
We
to
call
a
them on the
relative's
phone.
house versus somebody who doesn't live here?
Correct. We call them on the phone to find out where they're at, how long they've been there. If it's a temporary situation or whatever, or if there's a bona fide reason as to why you're there, we understand that. It's in conjunction with the building administrators that we reach out, and then we go from there. If the parent says, oh, yes, I've been here for 3 months, and I just opted to go, well, why? We want to know why, because otherwise you should be here and able to come in to the district if the district is opening up for students for in-person on March 1st. So if I'm talking to you last week and you had no plans on coming back and you're already saying that you're someplace else, that's how we're following up. So it's a multifaceted approach from the residency documents that you're submitting, where we're checking that. We're checking if you're on an affidavit. Our district, Edison, requires 4 proofs of residency that ties you to the location, but 1 gets you in the door. So if you've given us documentation that shows that you're here, but then as we start looking at you, we find that that's not the case, then we want to reach out and give you an opportunity to either rectify the situation or we notify you that we're going to remove you from the rolls.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Comments for Mr. Benedict? So I just have a quick question. So the 4 proof of residency, are we asking all the students in 5, 6th or 9th grade to provide?
As
Or
we go,
we're picking certain students based on certain algorithms?
yes, initially we're looking at, everyone coming through the door has to have 4 proofs. And then as we start looking at you, we're going through those proofs more closely. If you have a bank statement, but your bank statement is from online, you change the address, well, and we find that out, we're going to look at it. What else do you have to support that you're actually here? If you can't come up with that, then we're going to notify you. It's an initial determination of ineligibility letter that you'll get. We'll identify where we believe you're at, we'll tell you what the law is, and then we'll also tell you what the calculated tuition rate is that you would be eligible to have to pay if it's in fact proven. And then you have to, come and speak with us and give us whatever you have to either support it or not support it.
Okay. So the other question is, you quoted a number that you found some of the issues. Is that number within the same number in the past, or are we finding more, or, the pattern, the trend, are we finding more non-residents?
Hey, you're coming here, you're giving us your paperwork and all your proofs. Make sure everything's on the up and up. They sign off on the bottom of the enrollment form where you are allowed to check the residency, and then they sign the Statements Act, the Fraudulent Statements Act, that what you're giving us is truthful and honest. And that's how we do it.
Thank you. Okay. All right, any board members? All right, now we'll open up for residents. Do anyone have any questions about this online, verification? Yes, come over to the podium. And why don't you ask all your questions, and then we're going to answer.
Quick question. I just want to make sure that our homeless population and families that
Please speak to the
come
microphone, please. So.
in hard times are being recognized, and
Yes.
you know what I mean? I don't want to find out they're boop as soon as they went on hard times.
Okay, are you done? Yeah, Rich, yeah, can you please speak? Yeah. So the question is about homeless population, right?
Correct. For those of you who don't know, I'm also the district's homeless liaison and stability liaison. So when you come through and you're going to enroll, if you're on an affidavit of residency, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if you meet the qualifications of the McKinney-Vento Act, which is the federal law. If you are, for some reason, you fall upon hard times and you are displaced and that's why you're not here, that's fine. We understand. We'll take the appropriate action. Someone who's homeless, obviously they become eligible for transportation when we're in-house, free reduced lunch, free testing services and stuff like that. So that's something else that we also report out on, and we report that out to the state as well every year. Okay?
Okay, anybody else? Yes. This topic only. Ask all your questions, and I'm going to answer them.
Sometimes I walk away, and I'm going to ask them one by one. It's only 3 questions.
Get closer to the microphone, please.
Only 3 questions. Well, actually, no. It's more. You work for the BOE?
Yes.
No,
All right.
no, let him ask.
I want to know why you guys are tracking underage kids, and if you got their parents' permission to do something like that. I really can't believe what I was hearing over here. This sounds like George Orwell's 1984 to me.
Okay, next question.
Yeah. Who's all the people who have access to this information? Just you? Just you?
Just answer all the questions, and we'll
Yeah, I want to know how many people have access to this information. If they gave background checks to the Board of Education employees. But to me, it doesn't matter. I just cut. How much are we paying for this witch hunt right now? Because it seems to me that I think we're paying more for this witch hunt than we do than the money we recoup back. Because he said we might get some money back if we find one kid or two kids, but that's not even guaranteed. And now you're using the coronavirus pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, to even further violate people's rights, even further violate the privacy of people's families. Like Shivi said, someone can be at someone's grandparents' house, and you should all be ashamed of yourself for even allowing such a program to take place. This is like Big Brother,
Okay, that's it.
Who voted for this? I want to know who the members are that voted for this, actually, so I don't vote for them again when the election season comes.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I want to stay up here just in case you miss one.
No, we record it. You can sit, then we'll answer.
Because some questions haven't been answered before. I know this trick.
You can sit.
Can you just start answering?
Yeah, when you move away from the podium, 6 feet, we'll answer the question. The first question, where do you work?
I believe first question was, do I work for the BOE? Yes, sir, 17 years. With respect to students, it's not the students that we are tracking, it's the adult who registered them. Okay, so it's...
No back and forth, please.
It's the computer that the child's using. This is a wraparound question. We're tracking the student.
So we track, we look up the parents and where they're at. Under state regulation, the child has a legal right to a free public education where they reside, and that with the parent or legal guardian. That's what we're looking at. Okay. With respect to the pandemic, people being out of place, we understand that. That's why we reach out personally to make the phone calls. Even on Friday, I was on a phone with a parent who was multiple states away. Okay? So...
Sir, you're out of order, okay? You asked your questions. Now it's his opportunity to respond to those questions. If you have follow-up questions afterwards, the board president... All right. I'm Simmer.
Software that we have, the cost of tuition, which the average cost is approximately $10,000 a year, which is a low cost, whatever. Software and tools that we're using are approximately half that. So it's not a very expensive set of tools, and most of the information that we are tracking is all open public knowledge. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, it's just the due diligence and putting the legwork in. How long has this process been in place? The board wanted us to increase the visibility of it. We have done that, but in the 10-plus years that I've been in the enrollment department, the district has always had that rider on the enrollment that we reserve right to check the residency of anyone getting enrolled.
Okay.
Jared, this is not public knowledge because I can't over-request the kid's location. You have to actually search it out.
No, you're done, okay? So can you, yeah. We have the right, yeah. We have the right to access the record, so.
Correct.
Yeah, sure. All right. All right, anybody else?
Anything else?
For the residency verification? Any questions in the back? No? Okay, so now we move on to the regular agenda items. We have a bunch of resolutions, and I would like to have Dr. Bragan and our BA go through this. Then we're going to open up for questions from public comments on these resolutions. Dr. Bragan?
You got it. The first resolution was a student recognition, and I just want to go on record as congratulating all the students that were recognized tonight. Unfortunately, they cannot be in person because we don't have that many students here, to keep with the CDC protocols. But congratulations on their efforts, their teachers, their club advisors, and everybody who helped them be so successful. We're always proud of our students and their accomplishments, and it's a great night when we get to recognize them, and hopefully we'll be able to do that in person with them in the near future at a meeting where we can give them the recognition that they deserve in person. There's also a resolution for March being Youth Art Month, where we recognize the arts, and as anyone knows, with the creativity that students get to share through the arts, especially the fine arts and artistic endeavors in the classroom and our art classes, it adds to the overall growth and development of our students, and one would argue that our nation. So we support that. There's a resolution recognizing that on there as well. There's an approval for the BABES program, which is done with our Community Alliance for our second grade students and making them aware of things that they need to be aware of to stay safe in our environment. With the Municipal Alliance and the Youth Services Commission, it's grant-funded program, 6-week program for our second grade students. That's on the agenda for approval. There's a textbook approval, Mr. Shi. I would say that we just need to update that one for the record, and if you could record that book, The Bedford Researcher, is going to not be the 2018 copy, but the 2021 copy. The 7th edition is out, so that needs to be updated for our class, an English class. That's a research book. The grouping procedures, there'll be a little more talk about that from the report out from our Curriculum Technology Committee. We'll go over that. There's a slight modification there. I think that was mailed to all the board members before the meeting this evening as well, along with our grouping procedures. In addition to that, is the approval of the high school program of studies. You know, there's one thing on there that I would call people's attention to when you get a chance to read it, and I don't know if you have access to it now, especially in an online version. But on page 54, it's a one-page document that reads something to the effect of the Middlesex College Connection. It's something we talked about over the course of the last year about affording our high school students from the time they enter as freshmen the opportunity in their 4 years in high school to not only get their diploma, but also to achieve an associate's degree. We look to put that into full implementation beginning in September. I think that a credit goes to our guidance departments, our high school administration, and Ms. Gail Polakowski for working diligently on that and coordinating that with Middlesex County College, especially during the COVID times when they haven't been 100% accessible. There's a lot of value to that, not to mention that when you graduate with an associate's degree, with the exception of almost all the Ivies, because it is a degree, those credits will be granted, all 60 of them, as opposed to some saying we'll take these credits and not those credits, so it's pretty meaningful. The other thing, which as a parent, who I have 2 in college now and 1 going next year, the cost is exceptional. It's $125 a credit. It's a third of what it would normally cost you for that. So that's a great opportunity for our families, and kudos to the board and all the people that worked hard in bringing that to fruition. Again, it's starting September, hopefully 4 years hence, when we're doing our graduations, we'll be able to recognize our students with their diplomas and their associate's degrees. So I point that out to you because I think it's something that we should be very proud of. You will also find a field trip approval. It's basically, there's a virtual field trip to the Yogi Berra Museum in Little Falls for a group of our students. There's a professional development that's looking to be approved, and that's primarily related to some ESL training and bilingual education. That's all funded by our grants. And then our out-of-district placements, which is, you know, tends to change on a monthly basis, that's listed there as well. Mr. Board President, that's all I have. I think we go on to the finance piece.
Thank you. Ann?
Okay, for finance, we have the approval of the minutes from the January meetings of January 4th, 21st, and the 26th. And we have the approval for the board secretary's report. And then on to the finance resolutions. We have the acceptance of the 2019-2020 Comprehensive Annual Finance Report, which includes the audit and corrective action plan. We have the transfer of funds, the submission of the IBM Education Security Preparedness Grant for $500,000. We have the rebid for the pupil transportation. At this time, I think we are going to table item number 5 for the rebid for the pupil transportation. And then number 6, we have the non-public school security aid services. Number 7 are the obsolete items. Number 8 is the bill list, and then number 9 is the transportation report. And that is it for the finance resolutions.
Okay, thank you. So, so we're going to table item number 5. And you know, when we vote on this, that item is excluded from the voting. Okay? Just to be clear. All right, so now we're going to open up for public comments on these resolutions only. Resolutions only. Anyone who has comments on these resolutions, please come over and speak. Yes, Maria.
Hi, Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson. My only question under the finance resolutions, and so there was penalties and interest, and I was just wondering for more information on that. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Bregan? Yeah.
Yeah, there was an issue where in one of our agency accounts, we didn't pay the IRS on time. And because our payroll IRS bills sometimes is in excess of $1 million for each payroll, if you miss a day or two, there's significant interest involved. When we became aware of it, it was, it's over a year ago when that happened. We put in procedures and practices to make sure that doesn't happen again. However, it did occur, and we're working on correcting it. We're also working with getting the fee reduced. We have to pay it first, but then try to get it reduced from the IRS, which typically they are very responsive to that when it's a public entity such as us, that's taxpayers' money.
Payroll, would the payroll company be willing to abate that for us?
Thank you.
Okay, good point.
All right. Anybody else for resolutions only? Yeah. You, yeah. Name, address, please.
He said $1 million payroll a year?
No, I didn't say it. It said our tax
No,
bill.
let him answer.
No, that's the question. That's the question.
That's the only question you have?
I heard wrong, right?
You did.
Dr. Bregan, that's all I needed.
Thank you.
Thank
All right. Any other audience for resolutions only? See none? All right, so everyone has the personnel report, right? We pass it over to you guys after the meeting? Okay, so now let's have a motion for the number one item. Okay, Mrs. Pan.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
No, wait. Any board members, any comments on this, on the personnel? See none, roll call.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Ms. Petovsky? Sorry, Ms. Petovsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Mrs. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Second, administration, in the Student Recognition Youth Art Month. Any board members, any comments on these? See none, can I have a motion?
Motion.
Okay. Biro Patel, second?
Motion.
Okay. Mohan Patel.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Ms. Petovsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Okay, next up, the curriculum instructions and the pupil services. So can I have a motion on 3 and 4? Can I have a motion on that?
Motion. Oh, Jerry, before we go,
Yeah, let's do the motion first.
okay, yeah, motion, yeah.
Mrs. Maruka, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mrs. Pan.
Yeah.
So, comments?
Just for the high school program studies, this is not the final version. We are still looking to update it. There will be some computer science program changes. So I would say this approval is pending on that computer science program added to the program studies. That's all.
So just for the record, we're going to make a slight modification with the program study. Is that correct?
Yes.
And hope that the next month board meeting, that will be the final version. I just want to make a quick comment on this. So if you actually look at the grouping procedure, you'll be very happy to find out that the 3 levels of math is back at the 7th grade. This is we heard a lot from the audience, from the residents. Now it's coming back, and we'll see how it goes. and we'll make adjustment if it does not work out. All right? With that said, we already have a motion, so roll call, please.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes, pending the adjustment.
And Mr. Shi?
Yes, pending the adjustment.
All yes. Motion is carried.
Okay, next up is the finance. These three items. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Okay. Mohan Patel, second. Okay. Shivi Maruka. Roll call.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes on the motion.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
All yes. Motion is carried.
All right, next up, we have three committee reports. First, curriculum and technology, Mrs. Pan.
Just 1 second, Jerry. We did not vote on number 5, the finance.
We just did.
I thought we did number 4.
No, the 3 and 4 together.
Oh, sorry, I needed to point a correction under
Oh, okay,
the
I'm sorry, go ahead.
finance.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In the approval of minutes, for the January 26th minutes, I had voted no on the tabling. The minutes say that I had voted to table 3-1.
Okay. Recall that?
Did you get that? We can make that change. We'll reflect it in the minutes.
Okay. All right, we got it. Thank you, sorry. All right, so the committee reports and CTC, Mrs. Penn.
Yeah, the Curriculum and Technology Committee has two meetings. This report is a little bit long, so bear with me. Yeah, besides those 2 meetings, we have multiple subcommittee meetings. So I want to say special thanks to Gail and Berninda for working really diligently with the committee to get all this done. So the 2 meetings in attendance is Shannon Peng, Yuna Chen, Mohin Patel, Shivi Prasad Madikar, Gail Polikowski, Berninda Mahabir, and Diane Brungard. We talked about the new textbook. This is AP Research. It's a senior course that was approved last year, and it's being offered for the first time to students who successfully completed the prerequisite AP seminar. The committee met to choose the research text that best meets the AP standards and coursework. We also discussed about AP testing. So a lot of parents know that College Board has canceled all the SAT-2 subject tests, and I guess from then there's a higher demand for the AP tests. So College Board has opened 2 other testing windows, and our school has decided to administer 2 additional sessions. The word language exam must be taken in person. So Edison will administer the word language exam during the second window, that is May 18th to 28th, and all the other AP exams during the third window, that's June 1st to 11th. The detailed information has been sent to the students who might be interested in taking these exams. We have opened up the AP registration since February 18th, and the deadline is March 1st, that's next Monday. Students who wish to take the exam but hasn't registered last fall can register now until March 1st. And just a note that anyone in high school can take these AP exams. They don't have to take the AP course. They can just register through through the web link that provided in those emails. Grouping procedure, we talked about it for middle school and high school. Both placement criteria remain the same wherever possible. So all those tests that were not administered because of the pandemic this year, including the quarterlies, the PSAT A9, the STAR or exact path, readiness test, etc., have all been taken out from this year's placement criteria. The high school grouping procedures were revised to include some new courses. Once the placement criteria is approved, it will be posted on the district websites. That's the grouping procedure we have approved, the board just approved today. Computer science, we're going to have a new course, computer science course sequence introduced to students soon that they may choose their courses accordingly starting this year, 2021. Unnecessary prerequisite will be removed, so more AP courses can be offered earlier in high school years. For example, Java programming will be offered to freshmen, and AP Computer Science A and Computer Science Principles will be offered to sophomores the following year. In the case where class size is limited, as always, seniors and juniors will have higher priority to take in selecting these courses. We also discussed other AP courses. The administration will look into opening up more AP courses, for example, AP Economics, AP Politics, AP Physics, to sophomore students instead of only to junior and seniors. The goal is to make more AP courses available to students who have an interest in the field and who wants to challenge themselves. We should provide the path to these kids so they can achieve their highest potentials. And also, we don't want to overload all these AP courses in their junior and senior years. We can spread it out during the entire high school. That would be easier and better. Standardized testing and grading. This committee has asked the administration, especially the subject supervisors, to keep monitoring the grades of same level courses across different classes to ensure fair grading for at least each marking period. Middle school math levels. A lot of parents would remember about 2 years ago, we used to have 3-level math in middle school. 2 years ago, it was changed to 2 levels, and ever since then, we keep hearing concerns from the parents and students. So this year, we finally bring it back, the 3-level, to 7th and 8th grade. The committee would really want to thank the current administration for adjusting this back to what it was 2 years ago. We believe that by placing the students in the appropriate level, teaching would be more efficient, and each student would receive more attention to their individual needs, while also maintaining self-confidence at the same time. District would also provide more summer courses to help the students catching up during the summer, so they can be moved up to higher levels in the fall when school starts. Finally, we discussed the elementary G&T program. This is a pilot program called Renzulli model. Feedback so far has been positive. We will have more to report later. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have the Township Liaison Committee. Mrs. White.
Liaison?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, the
Jenny?
Township
Jenny?
Board of Ed Liaison Committee
Mrs.
was
White?
held on Tuesday.
Closer. Thank you.
Sorry. The Township Board of Ed Liaison Committee was held on Tuesday, February the 9th at 11 a.m. at the Education Center. In attendance were Council Vice President Sam Joshi, Councilwoman Joyce Ship Freeman, Councilman A.J. Patel via Zoom, Board of Ed VP Mohan Patel, BOE members Shivi Prasad Madakar, Biral Patel, Virginia White, and Superintendent Dr. Bernard Bragan.
And Jay Elliott.
Our first issue was COVID. Our priority was the availability of the COVID vaccine. We were indeed fortunate to have Edison Township Health Department Director Jay Elliott in attendance, also via Zoom. He updated on the progress being made relating to the distribution of the vaccine. Unfortunately, we don't have firm information regarding teachers and support staff. We did discuss the pre-planning distribution when the vaccine does become available. The township and board are very willing to work together regarding distribution. The town is doing an excellent job with limited supplies that they are receiving, and they're really getting very little. Mr. Elliott gave freely of his time and provided as much information that he possibly could. The next issue was overcrowding, and this has been a problem that's been plaguing the district for a very long time. Dr. Bragan, along with Mr. Joshi and other committee members, discussed the Kilmer site, Stelton School, and the property across from Menlo Park School. We will be actively researching, and as soon as more information becomes available, we will advise you. The Litterbug program, Joyce Ship Freeman will be focusing on this program. At this point in time, we will be laying out groundwork, and when school begins, we will be ready to start. And we are also looking into possible funding for this project. Edison Art Society, March's Youth Art Month. The National Art Education Association's 2021 theme is Art Connects Us. Mrs. Dittman from the Edison Art Society contacted Mr. Vroom, our fine arts supervisor, and they have been in touch. We will have more information at a later date. This was our very first meeting. It was productive, sharing experience, and the group is attempting to work together in many different areas. Our next meeting is scheduled for March the 9th. Respectfully submitted, Virginia White. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, the Special Ed Committee, Mrs. Conley.
Thank you. At this meeting was,
Mike, please.
I'm sorry. I just figure everybody can hear me.
This is better.
At the meeting was Carol Badowski, Vera Patel, Dr. Conklin, Dawn Netzel, Nancy Sika, Erin Madera, Allison Hines, and myself. It was all done on Zoom. Items that were discussed, which was a fabulous meeting actually, we had a review of all the special ed department. It was given especially for Mr. Vera Patel, but I think we all learned from it. We were given the names of new software being used and the professional development for teachers, especially at MLK, Ben Franklin, and Lincoln was described. And they will be receiving 4 trainings throughout the year. A description of all the programs being used at all the school levels were also described. The process of referral to special education to see if a child is eligible was given, and transition programs were explained to the committee. The results of COVID were explained to the committee. Only 30% of the students in self-contained classes are willing to attend in person. So every student gets what they are entitled to according to their IEPs regardless. And referrals are slightly lower than usual due to the pandemic, but they are very quickly catching up. The meeting ended at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. All right. Next up, sorry, wait. The upcoming meetings. So the next month, we'll back to our 2 meetings. The first one is our caucus meeting on March 18th at JP Stevens. And the next public meeting is March 23rd at JP Stevens. Now we're open up for board member comments, open discussions. Any board members who want to make any comments? Yes, Mrs.
You want to go first?
Anyone?
Actually, we have had, sorry. Actually, I wanted to give you just a little bit of an update on the work that we're doing trying to obtain the COVID vaccine. We did have a news conference today, and what we really want everyone to know is that we're working very, very hard trying to get answers for all of you. You know, not only teachers, but for residents. And, you know, if you listen to the news, you know that because of the weather, you know, things have been delayed. But we are pursuing, you know, I think we've reached out to, you know, almost every level of government, just making them aware that we do need this, we want this, and this is something that's going to help us get back to some form of normalcy. But what we're looking for is a timeline. You know, I'm not saying we should have it Friday at 2, but maybe by the end of the month, we'd like some sort of a solid answer. So we are pursuing that. We are trying very hard. And next meeting, hopefully I'll have better information for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Conway?
I would just like to talk about some fun items. First thing, I attended via Zoom the Lindenau Math Evening of the Families, and Dr. Rojas hosted it, and there were all the 5th grade teachers were there, and we broke out into breakout rooms, and I initially was very nervous as to, how am I going to do this? Nobody showed me how to do this. But it was fabulous. It was very self-explanatory. It came across the screen and told me where I was going, and then I was going back. And the students just moved along as if it was an everyday occurrence. And it was enjoyed by, I think there was well over 60 attendants at it that night. And I couldn't get over how, what a wonderful program it was, and they were able to accomplish that through this Zoom. The second thing I'd like to talk about, I was invited to watch a class of one of the preschool classes, and Miss McQuillan, Judy McQuillan, was the teacher, and it was a 30-minute class of little, I want to say 4-year-olds. And I could not get over, for the life of me, the way she was able to have those little guys on task for 30 minutes straight. She went from activity to activity to activity. They were on treasure hunts. They sang songs. They did physical ed. It was just fabulous, and I never thought that that could be accomplished via Zoom. And I couldn't stop thanking her after it was over that it was such a fabulous program. And it just proves to me what can be accomplished by our teachers. And I can't thank you each and every day for what you do. And the third thing is what I'm looking forward to. It's not going to be as much fun this year. I don't care, you can Zoom all you want, but Read Across America starts next week. And I've been invited to a number of the schools to read. And it will be via Zoom, but I still will be able to interact with the children because they're so good at this remote learning that I'll be able to see them and talk to them. So it's really fabulous. And I thank all the schools that did invite me, and I'm looking forward to it, and I appreciate it.
In the video we saw of all the students.
Closer.
Earning.
Closer. Closer.
Closer, okay.
Thank you.
In the video that we saw with all the students getting the big awards and everything, there were a lot, as there are every year, of FCCLA students winning gold medals in competitions in different areas of academics. This year, like all the things that are happening, they could not do this huge convention in person. So they, along with many Edison staff members who are in advisory roles, put together an online platform where they were able to compete in public speaking and argument and different kinds of family and consumer science related topics, totally digitally. And it sounds, oh, okay, but I was able to see it all online, and it was totally amazing. I've seen many times when the children are in person competing, but this was all electronic, and that many of our students from Edison, who are state officers, helped put this whole conference together. And I was really impressed, as I am every year, but this was like they made it a whole new thing. So when I saw them up there on the screen, seeing that they earned the awards, I knew they were the faces I had seen that had set the thing up, that had programmed it, with a lot of help from their advisors and teachers here. But it was really very positive, like they've moved to a new level. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Okay, so thank you to Virginia White for
Closer.
getting the township liaison committee started and for this year, and all the wonderful things that we discussed in the meeting. Thank you to Mrs. Conway. The special meeting was very resourceful. Thank you, Dr. Conklin and other staff. Thank you to Mrs. Peng for the curriculum. I just got a chance to review that, but it's awesome. It's a good start, and it does include few of the suggestions made by the community members. Now, I want to discuss few things, mostly for the administration. Many parents have reached out to me regarding lack of standardization in upper middle school and high school. The same children in same levels of the same subject are being taught different materials, different methods of grading, different scope, and very different tests. Some are allowed to use graphic calculators for tests, and some are not. This is causing a lot of anxiety among our kids, especially the high schoolers, and this needs to be sorted out. It needs to be addressed. Maybe we can ask the supervisors that they can take additional responsibility to ensure that the scope of materials, grading, and testing is equitable and fair for all. One way to do this, which I have received a suggestion from people, is the supervisors can present average grade report for every single subject and class to identify any anomalies at the end of each marking period so that we can address and fix those in order to ensure fairness for all students before it's too late. Any solution that we come up with, we need to have this issue addressed. It's very important. Number two, we all have a very difficult and very stormy winter upon us. And there is no end in sight to this, as everyone knows. Thanks to the federal government, who have provided options for free meals to our students. Now, last week there was some confusion among several parents who did not receive timely communication about delivery and pickup of those meals. Most importantly, the food services announcement on the site was still reflecting message from December 17th. While we must do everything we can to ensure the safety of our staff members, because it was icy, the roads were not clear. There was a storm on last Thursday, the roads were very icy, and it was still snowing on Friday. At the same time, the food services announcement site must be updated timely and immediately as soon as we know the plan for.
Bureau closer. Closer to my phone.
Furthermore, an email or phone call to the parents would have been very helpful. I have learned from more than one parent that their child was left without that meal for Friday. Now, it was compensated on Monday, but they were not able to receive that meal on Friday. So all I would ask administration is to pay attention to that page and please update it on a timely manner. Thank you so much to Mr. Ralph and the Food Services Department to get it updated finally last week, but let's continue doing it. Third thing, several parents are concerned that their grades are still not showing up in the parent portal, even though an email came from the district. It's imperative that the grades are up on time in the parent portal, especially when the communication is made, so that they know how they have done in the test. So they can take the same, acknowledge that, and then the knowledge can be used progressively. The grade should be entered in the portal before the next quiz or test is due, and certainly before the marking period is over. I request our administration to ensure that this does not happen in the future. Thank you so much.
Okay, done? Okay, Dr. Briggs?
Board President Shi, can I just say something?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Patel, I hear your concerns, and I think perhaps if you and I could sit down maybe during the week, we'll get all those concerns and we'll work with our teams and see if we could address those issues. The one issue on the teaching continuity of the grades and the classroom instruction and all that, I don't disagree that there needs to be some regularity, but I do know in our professional staff there is some degree of flexibility in how they teach and what they do. But I think we could find a common ground that meets everybody's needs. So if it's okay with you, I think we were doing something tomorrow. We could kind of go over all these things.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Briggs.
Thank you.
Okay. Mo, anything?
We're good, thank you.
Okay. So I just have a couple items. First, I'd like to congratulate the J.P. Stevens marching band. 16 students were selected to the All-Eastern band. The entire eastern states, the total of 200 students, 16 students came from one school. And the entire New Jersey has 32 students. 50% of the students came from one high school. That shows what kind of a caliber, our, students are, and how hard that the two band directors have been working to develop these students. I myself was a band parent for 7 years, and I know how hard Mr. Zazali and Dean worked with these students, and this is the best results they have ever had. 16 students go to the All-Eastern band, so congratulations to all the students. And the other thing is, I just want to echo Mrs. Conway on the Lindendale math night. And it was a fun event. The students were really engaged, and we were in the same room. And time just went by so fast, and it was just really, really fun event. Just kudos to Dr. Rojas and all the teachers, the fifth grade teachers who are involved in this event. They had really some great prizes as well at the end. So I'm looking forward to see this one next year because I was there, I think, before. So happy to see that this one continues. The third thing is actually is a question from the parents, and I'm going to ask Dr. Bragan on this. A lot of parents were concerned with some of the school rating. Okay, some of our schools is not ranked for very high for whatever reason or not. And Dr. Bragan mentioned that there's a mid-state accreditation. So the parents want to know is the accreditation process and all that, will that help address some of the issues with the school rating?
Yeah, I think one of the things too, when we look at school ratings, especially for elementary schools, before we jump to conclusions, we need to look at the metrics that are used. But that being said, it is something that's out there a lot of times, and people do use those. The middle stage district-wide accreditation, which we're looking to embark on, and over the course, it's probably going to be 12 to 18 months, will allow us two things that I think are really important to achieve that end, Mr. Shea. One is the self-study, where basically you take a really hard look at yourself, at your schools individually, at the performance of students overall and in small groups, and to see subgroup performance and things like that, and you try to assess where your strengths are and where your weaknesses are. And in order to do it effectively, the self-study, we use the 12 benchmarks from the protocols that's put out by the middle states on which you compare yourself. It gives you an opportunity for reflection. And all of you in the public will see this over the next, as I said, 12 to 18 months. We'll solicit feedback from parents, community members, from students up to a certain age level. And during that self-study, we're going to really try to find out, what do we do well? What do we need to work on? And then we're going to use those benchmarks to develop an action plan, a 7-year action plan, to achieve those goals so that we can remain true to our motto of nothing less than excellence and continue to move forward. So we're excited about it, Mr. Shea. I think you may remember at my interview, I said I wanted to do something such as this when we came in and achieve that end that you asked about.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say the other thing that you came in for your interview is to have a joint program with the community college. And I'm so glad that we see it on the program of studies. And as Dr. Bragan said, especially with the current tuition, so high, it'll be fantastic that the student who graduate from our high schools at the same time they will get associate degrees. And we're also working with other entities to provide trade courses. So I hope next month you will see some of the things that we are also working on to provide a trade courses for some of our students as well. Not every student goes to college, and we need to get those students ready for career ready if they're not going to college. So this is something that will continue to work. And one of the program that with the community college is there are some degrees that related to that, and we'll continue to work on that. Okay. So before I open up for any board member comments, or we're done? Okay. Before I open up for public comments, and I know quite a lot of you are here, is regarding the opening of school on March 1st. Okay. Before I open up for public comments, I'd like to Dr. Bragan to make some comments, and hope some of the questions will be addressed by Dr. Bragan's comments, and then we'll proceed with the questions, and we'll do in different groups, okay? If we have students who are in the audience, okay, I want you guys to come here and speak first. So you guys can go home, because you might have projects and homework you need to do. Then next up, we're gonna open up for the residents who are non-union members, okay? You can come and speak, and then later on, we're gonna open up for union members to talk about the opening of school on March 1st, okay? Any other topics of anything others not related to the opening of schools, we're gonna put it later after all these discussions are done. Is that okay? All right, so Dr. Bragan?
Thank you, Board President Chi. You know, I came to this profession not as a child where I said, you know what, when I grow up, I want to be a teacher. Where I played school in my backyard, and, you know, like many of our teachers that we interviewed tell me, they knew from the time they were children, they became teachers because they were playing as little children with their dolls, and they were playing class in their bedroom with their siblings and so on. So that wasn't me. I enjoyed kids, I enjoyed sports, I enjoyed my times, the times I was in Jersey City, the times I was in Edison growing up. I got a degree in finance and thought I was going to rule the world, right, and work at Goldman Sachs and make millions. My junior year in college, I started substitute teaching at a school for children with special needs. And I fell in love with something to which I didn't know I even cared about. And it was a calling for me. And I'm not very religious, and I don't have those, you know, epiphanies here and there. But it was a pivot in my life that I said, you know what, I found out what I want to do. I went back to school for an additional year and got my certification, and 33 years later, I stand before you, sit before you. And I have 3 daughters at home, and I talk about them a lot because they're my whole world. And my middle daughter, Danielle, is my artist, creative, fashionista, although she wants to be a physician, who knows. But she used to always pick out my ties for me. Because I'm not colorblind, but I'm close. You know, if you see my appearance, you probably ascribe to that. And I was getting dressed this morning, and I'm looking through the closet, and I'm finding my shirts to wear. And I picked this red shirt, and I put it in my hand, and I'm putting it on. And I said, you know what? I don't know if I could wear that shirt. I don't want to make anybody mad at me. I don't want people think maybe I'm somehow chiding someone or doing something. And then I remembered why I'm here. I'm a teacher. Yeah, I'm the superintendent. I make more money, all the perks and everything that you can see in my contract and complain about or read in the paper or whatever. But in my heart of hearts, I'm a teacher. I pivoted my whole life's position because I wanted to work with children. And for me, in particular, at that time, was special needs children. And do all I can, if not help them to be successful in life, help them to have 7 hours of the day where they felt loved and valued and perhaps could learn a little more than they would have otherwise. I've not deviated from that. 33 almost years later, I believe in that. I believe in the children. I believe in all of you that are here wearing these red shirts. I'm one of you. I'm not the enemy. It's not us against them. The association leadership, I have utmost respect for. We work collaboratively. And I think, I'll just pick out 2 that I talk to regularly, Matt Rebnick and Jeff Bowden. I don't think any one of them would say that I'm disrespectful or we have discourse. We don't always agree. And, you know, sometimes we make jokes about different things, but we understand why we're here. We're all here for the children. I believe that. I believe that's why all of you are here. So why are we coming back, right? I know that. I know that's what people say. Why are we coming back? Well, 20% of our population, and you could say, it's not a lot of kids. 20%, come on, 80% are remote. That's what they want to do. That's the choice they made. They don't want to come in. But 20% do want to come back for a variety of reasons. I don't know everybody's reason or particular situation, but I do know some of our students. I know some of the parents. I know some of the parents in this room. Their children aren't doing well right now. They're not. They're not doing well academically. They're not doing well emotionally. They're not doing well socially. They're not progressing. And in some respects, they're regressing. And you all know that. I know that. Our staff are great. They care about kids. I care about kids. So why are we doing this? The reason is, I do believe we can do it safely. And I read the signs about the vaccines and only if we come back safely. And I understand that. I really, really do. You're looking at a person who from March 13th on that Friday, when we decided not to come in for a period of time, by the way, I didn't know how long it would be, as none of you probably did. I've been in the office almost every day. I come to work because maybe that's just how stupid I am, or that's what I do, but I believe in what we do. I believe in coming in and being at the forefront of this and trying to move forward. Mrs. White talked about the liaison committee today, and we've been working with Andy Toth, Officer of Emergency Management, Tom Lanke, since last March. We kind of joked about it today. It's funny that it's a year already. And coordinating initially, helping them to get thermometers and PPE for the first responders, the police, the frontline workers at JFK. We actually delivered, believe it or not, the goggles that all of our students used in the middle and high school for science classes that I think I used in the 70s and 80s. And they were grateful. They were like, hey, Bernie, Dr. Bragan, whatever, hey, thank you for bringing these things. And I said to the hospital at JFK, I delivered 5 bags of those in my Jeep, whenever that was, in March. I said, you really want these? Do you really want these things? And he says, Bernie, we don't have anything. You don't understand. We have nothing. Yeah, we want those. So we did that. So my point is, we've been working with Office of Emergency Management for over a year. We've been working with our local Department of Health, Jay Elliott, as well as our County Director of Health, Les Jones, for over a year. We believe we can come back to a hybrid model that we did in October in an environment that's safe. I do believe that. I believe with the limited number of students coming to school, we could do our social distancing in every class. I believe that. I believe we can adhere to the mask wearing as we are right now. As everyone in this room, or the majority, are wearing masks and doing it as we've all become accustomed. When you go to ShopRite, or your house of worship, or when you're out of the house, outside of the car, outside of your immediate family. I believe if we follow those guidelines, we can do it. I'm not naive, though. I understand as a teacher, and for all of you, it's difficult. Hybrid instruction is extremely difficult. We had a New York Times reporter come interview us. I don't remember when it was, but if you read the article, I said that. I said, I believe the hybrid is extremely difficult for us to maintain, and for the long haul isn't sustainable. I know that. But when we weigh the pluses and the minuses and all of the things that we have to, I believe we can follow the CDC protocols and provide that sense of normalcy for those 20% of the kids who, for a reason, need to come in to be successful. And so I stand before you saying that was what we talked about in the recommendation we made to the board. I made. I say we because it's a collaborative effort. It's always our team approach when we do this. I don't know. I think that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, do we have any students in the audience who want to speak? Yes, the young lady, come. And what we're going to do, we're going to hold have all the speakers speak, then we're going to answer at the end for all the students, how many students here ask the questions, we're going to write it down, then we're going to answer them, and hope that, after that, you're happy and you can go home and do your homework or projects. Hope not a lot, okay, it's not really late. Yes, go ahead.
I wasn't even sure if I was going to make it tonight due to the plethora of assignments I was given tonight. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am currently a senior at John P. Stevens High School. I am here today to do my part as a member of the community, as a student, and as a peer to the other 700 students in my graduating class at JP, the other 2,500 JP high school students, and the other 4,000 plus high school students in the Edison Township. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude. Thank you for gathering every month to discuss what you can do for the students of Edison. And thank you for being calm and collected in these unprecedented times. I'm sure that every decision you have made has been made with good intentions and best interests of students at heart. but as you are required to play your role by being here, I have to play my role and speak out about issues that have deeply impacted the Edison community. It is undeniable that this pandemic has not only put parents and students in an impossible position, but also you as a board have been confronted with a million decisions that could not have been easy to make. In keeping that in mind, I am here to discuss the mental health of high school students in Edison Township. Simplistically, it's not looking good at all. Just as an example, before this pandemic, many of the people I knew were the most giggly people you had ever met. They laughed at everything and tried to make the best of every situation using humor. It's not the same anymore, and it hasn't been since the school year started. We feel tired all the time. Our eyes are dry. I use Visine every day now, and our perpetual headaches make it difficult to accomplish anything. We've searched within ourselves, and we found that this is not the result of anything other than the magnanimous amounts of screen time that we have every single day. How is it appropriate that a high school student sits in front of their screen from 7 a.m. to excessively late hours of the night when they are supposed to be looking out for their mental wellness? I'm a second semester senior, and this senioritis is hitting hard. The class of 2021 has lost some of the most important high school events they will ever have. We will not get this back, but in turn we were rewarded with 12-hour screen times. Compared to the class of 2020, this is a stark contrast. We're not asking for parties, we're not asking for gifts, rather we're asking for your sympathy and understanding of our situation and grief. We're asking for the same leniency, and by removing asynchronous days for everyone was a step in the wrong direction. I understand that these days might have been destructive to the education of elementary and middle school students, but I believe that a school district should not view this as a one-size-fits-all situation. This pandemic means different things to different students. For me and many of my peers as seniors, we would use these periods to quickly finish off our work and then rush to go work on college applications, financial aid, scholarships, or one of the other million assignments we get from our other 50 AP classes that we have. I cannot imagine a second grade student having nearly the same workload as me, and I can say with utmost confidence that the workload I have received this year is far more numerous than any other year. So why make high school students suffer for a situation that primarily impacted the instruction of students almost a decade younger than us? My goal here is not to criticize, but to question and rectify. It simply does not make sense to apply the same conditions to groups that have a marginal set of differences. You should simply conduct a survey of students and parents in high schools exclusively, and then we can make conclusions about just how effective this decision was on our age group. These issues are far from being new. I'm a Girl Scout, and part of my journey is to complete a community service project targeting a prevalent issue in my community. I started this project in 2019, and I chose mental illness. This issue isn't new, but has been exacerbated by the pandemic and actions such as removing asynchronous days and paying little attention to the mental health and wellness of high school students in Edison Township. Why is it that a student has taken marginally more action than a group of adults? Believe me, I am happy that I've made an impact, but the fact that I've had a peer tell me, quote, "Thank you for paying attention to this issue, but it is not going to get better until the adults realize the situation we are in and show some sympathy," end quote, means we are doing something wrong. Keeping this in mind, I hope that the board makes a decision to alleviate the pressure in hopes of preserving the mental wellness of high school students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other high school, any other school students want to come? Yes.
Hello, Board of Education. Thank you for holding this meeting. That was a very difficult speech to follow, but
You'll do a good job.
My name is Daniel Arab, and I'm a senior at Edison High School. Edison Township has always been proactive and advanced in comparison to nearby townships. But when it comes to online and virtual learning, Edison has failed miserably. After doing some research, I found that we're one of the only nearby townships that require students to go to school, to be on their computers for about 6 hours a day. And then we have homework that we have to do after school. The emotional, physical, and mental fatigue that the current schedule has on us students is severe. Students are losing motivation to do any schoolwork. As the school year goes on, we care less and less about school because, quote, it seems as if the school board doesn't care about us, end quote. Recently, with a fellow General Student Council president, we sent out a survey. 83% of the students said that the current remote learning schedule has had a significantly negative impact on their lives. A few weeks ago, asynchronous days in the high schools were suddenly removed. Not meeting with the class served as a break for us students and allowed us to do our work at our own pace. It also gave the teachers a break, too, as they have to sit on the computer and be on Zoom all day long. As a whole, teachers and students feel extremely overwhelmed with the ridiculous amount of work. In a survey that was mentioned before, 90% of students said that asynchronous days help to alleviate screen time. One of the students said, subject-based asynchronous days were extremely useful to me. Often, I cannot focus on Zoom and would rather learn the material at my own pace. I was able to complete work for that class and other classes during asynchronous periods, end quote. It has almost been a year since the pandemic dismantled our lives, and we still don't have an efficient plan. What we're doing right now is no different than when we would do in school. It's just online. It's just on the computer. We have not devised any plan to change the scheduling or anything. Every day, students are in fear of losing loved ones or trying to deal with those they've lost. School should be a supporting environment for students, not another contributing factor to their stress. It is surely time to start caring for students and teachers' needs and give them the breaks they deserve through an efficient and empathetic plan. That's all.
Thank you. Any comments? Any comments? For the students, they can go home.
We're going to wait for it.
No, so they can go home.
Oh, that's all the students?
Yeah. Are we done with all the students? Do any other students who want to make a comment? Okay.
As always, we thank our students, for coming up. It takes a lot to get in front of a crowd like this and speak your mind, and we do appreciate it. And we will listen to you. We will take what you said under advisement and get back with our administrative team and take a strong look at it. So thank you. We're proud of you.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to open up the floor for the residents who are non-union members. And I assume there are two groups of residents. One is for the opening on March 1st, and the other group is going to ask for delay on March 1st, okay? So can I ask the folks who are in favor of opening up the school on March 1st to speak first? And let's keep in mind we have a lot of people here, and it's getting late. And if the points has already been addressed, let's try not to repeat the same points so we can get to the issues. And let's see how many people is going to speak. And so we want to hear from you, but at a certain points, if certain things gets repeated, it's not a good use of everybody's time. So we'll go by that, okay? So now we're going to open up the floor for the residents who are in favor of opening up the school on March 1st. So, yes, lady over here.
Does that mean if I'm in favor or against one, I can come back up another time? Now I'm confused because normally you just open up public comments. This is discriminatory.
Because this is a lot of people here, okay? So we're going to organize differently, okay? So we're going to address, if they might have similar questions, so we're going to address it one time, okay? It's not. Okay, go ahead.
Gail Engel for Galloway Edison. I have a graduate of J.P. Stevens, and I also have a sophomore currently at J.P. Stevens. He's very much like they talked about. He's not doing well. He is special education, but not self-contained or anything. He just has an IEP. If he was able to learn on his own, he wouldn't have an IEP.
Get closer.
If he was able to learn on his own, he wouldn't have an IEP. I'm not a parent that's looking for a babysitter. He's 15 years old. My husband and I go to work. There are no siblings in the house. It's like he's in solitary confinement all day. He's not able to learn like this. It's not fair. We go to work. The school has to go to work. I agree. With 20% of the students, we should be able to do it safely. With an IEP, you have an obligation to give him an education, and I'm sorry, but you haven't done that for the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents who wants to speak in favor of opening up the school on March 1st? Yes, gentlemen. Yes.
First of all, President Xi, I want to apologize for my comment about the flag. I didn't realize that the meeting started at 6. That was,
Sorry.
I didn't mean no.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. My name is Robert Engel, 4 Gallo. That was my wife previously. My wife and I weren't blessed with a biological family. We adopted children. Pretty late in life, you can see me. I got a 15-year-old.
No, you're not that old.
They came from the Ukraine, and they came from Siberia. The one that's still in school came from Siberia. We brought him to the greatest country in this world, in our opinion, in many of our opinions. And one of the things that we really believe in, my family's here probably 150 years. We believe in a public education. It's been good to me. I graduated from Stevens in '77. My son graduated a few years back. When I was going to J.P. Stevens, if my son was at J.P. Stevens when I was at J.P. Stevens, he wouldn't have graduated. But thanks to alternative learning and Dr. Shalop, who was then vice president at J.P. Stevens, we have a high school graduate, and we're looking for a third high school graduate from J.P. Stevens. We love this community, but I have to tell you, I'm embarrassed. And I'm a former elected official for 4 years as a councilman. I don't think our mayor is doing a good job. I don't know why Mayor McCormick in Woodbridge, all the teachers are back to work, all the teachers are immunized. I don't understand why the 5th or 6th biggest community in the state can't get our teachers vaccinated. I just can't believe it. I can't believe the political might that the NJEA has, and they can't put some pressure on the governor of New Jersey. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Mrs. White, we're here like the same amount of time, our crew, right? Our families? Not quite, but close. Thank you for your effort in working with the township.
You're trying.
But Mayor Lanke needs to start exerting some pressure. You know, I think squeaky gears get oil in politics. And Dr. Bragan, we support the opening of schools on March 1st. My son is suffering. I took the opportunity to try to be better informed here. I spoke to your union president, to the union president, Jeff. He spent over an hour with me on the phone, and I thank him for that. I told him that there's a lot of places I agree. He tells me that there's a PPE problem. He didn't get plexiglass. I got to tell you, we pay a lot of taxes in this town. We got to get some plexiglass. We got to get some. You know, if we need spacesuits, we better get spacesuits, because I think the teachers deserve a safe working environment, but I think my kid deserves an education, and I think somewhere we all got to work together. When I listen to everybody, when I listened to everybody here, you board members are very, very good at patting yourself on the back. Something's not working here, man. We need these kids back in school. We're not blessed. My wife and I are not blessed with children that were great students. We're not, you know, and that's the hand that we got dealt. But the school system's doing a good job when the school system is working. It's not working right now. I would like to say that there's two things that I really know from talking to the union president, from talking to board members, from talking to teachers, many teachers who support going back to school but are afraid to bring it out publicly. I know two things. I know that anybody that gets into that profession, I'm going to kind of quote you, has children in the utmost in their mind. They want to see these kids succeed. I know that. Every one of them. Every teacher I ever had, you know, I got out of J.P. Stevens, I went right in the Marine Corps. That straightened me out, you know. And I look back at my teachers, and there was several in Stevens that really, I can say that they really guided me in the right way and told me, maybe it's a good idea you go in the Marine Corps for 4 years. So I did. The second thing I really know is that my son is not getting a proper education right now. And I urge the board, every one of you, your duty is to educate our children, and I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents want to speak in favor of opening up the schools? Okay, in the back. Yes. Anyone who wants to speak, if you can move up to the front, that'd be great.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Education. My name is Marlena Kang.
Get closer.
My daughter goes to Benjamin Franklin. She's in second grade, and I've witnessed, you know, as a parent, I can't, you know, help but to monitor her classroom activity. So every day I see kids crying sometimes or running away, like teachers are trying their hardest to, you know, make sure kids are engaged and participate. But it's just been very difficult to see, so I'm very happy that the decision has been made that for the 20% of parents who want in-person classes, that you guys make it possible. I know that the federal government, the state government has failed us, and hopefully the Edison Township, which is the 5th biggest district in New Jersey, can help and make it an example for the rest of the districts to follow. So I want to thank you, and I hope, you know, March 1st is the date for, you know, for having a path for us to move forward. So I really want to thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents? Yes, in the back.
Tina Lapalosa, Ellen Street. I just want to start with that. Yes, the teachers want to be vaccinated, and I can't blame them. I'm a nurse. I also wanted to be vaccinated, right? But we were all back in school in October, and no one was crying then for a vaccine. Everybody worked. Everybody took care of. No one got sick. Schools were not closed down. Our special needs kids were in class since the beginning of September. My son is a senior at Edison High. He's doing well in school, but he's also home by himself every day. He's the one that wants to come to school. Me as a nurse, did I sign up for the pandemic? No, but I'm an essential worker. I worked every day. Last March 13th, everybody's talking about the day. I worked every day, 7 days a week. 12 hours a day. Would come home, not see my family. I would go shower, change my clothes in the garage, but that's my duty, that's my job. And you know what? That's the same for the teachers. Many of my friends are teachers, and they want to be back in school. The other thing is that the teachers, my understanding, is that they've been home doing online education with the asynchronous days, which I know the students like. I hate them. I'm a parent that wants my child to learn. Is he learning? I don't know, because there's no real accountability. You need that in person. Everybody's been complaining, oh, the kids are on their phones too much. Guess what they are now? They're on their phones the entire time. They're on the computer. And I'm selling my own kid out because it's the truth. And he still gets A's and B's. So he's not learning. And other children aren't. The other thing is that during the pandemic, the teachers got a 3.5% raise. During COVID, they're home, not having to drive to school, none of those things, and they want to be essential workers. They're essential to our children. Our children are failing because they're not in school. I see many of you looking over at the teachers and their concerns, but as I'm going to say again, there's many of my friends in Edison are teachers, and they want to be back in school. Everyone else around us is going to school. Our kids need to be in school. They need to get back to some form of normalcy, mental health, and socialization. You saw on the screen tonight, some of those things were not done remotely. There were football pictures here. The kids played football. My son, one of them, no one got sick. They all played. Did they wear their masks? I know they didn't, right? So they played, they did well. I understand the teachers are afraid and they want to be vaccinated. I am now vaccinated too, but I didn't get vaccinated till January. And I do one-to-one care with COVID patients. I didn't sign up to wear a hazmat suit, and I'm sure the teachers are saying they didn't sign up either to deal with COVID. But it's not the same. They need to take care of our kids. They're the essential workers. They need to be back in school. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents who want to speak? Yes, please. And we'll have a couple more, and then hope we'll move on.
That's a hard one to follow. Okay, so I'm Patty, and I'm here.
Okay.
You've been on everybody. I'm proud of you, President Xi. So my name is Patty, and I reside on Raymond Street. The board should be familiar with me. I shared in the past that I attended the schools that my children attend. I have to be honest, I'm an essential worker. I'm not vaccinated. At this time, I have no plan to become vaccinated. That is my choice. But I get up every day. I get up every day, I go to municipal government, Ms. White, like you. Yes. And I do it well. I do it very well. I wear my mask. I use everything the CDC guidelines put in front of me, okay? Blessed. No positive cases where I work. We monitor, we temperature, we do all of these things. I truly understand. I have empathy for other families. I can understand people going home to young children or elderly residents like I live with. I have a father-in-law, just had stents put in his leg. I want my son to return to school. My hopes are that those who do not believe that they can do their in school, you guys could work something out, because 20% is nothing compared to what the full number is. We all know that, right? Okay, so step one, get them back. A year is too long to have teenage kids or young children not attending structured every single day. I will donate my time to this board. I will, if you need me, I will knock on doors. But I know for a fact, yes, I'm not saying don't work with your teachers. Work with your teachers. They work with our students every day, right? They support our students every day. But I'm an essential worker. For a year, I've been getting up. My husband, raise your hand, essential. We both leave our house every day. We signed up for it. If you didn't sign up for it, with all due respect, do what you have to do, what is best for your family. But please, stop pulling the kids into the middle of it. Get our kids back to school, please. Please.
Thank you. Any other parents who in favor of opening school on March 1st want to speak? Yes, please.
I appreciate it. Sat here for 3 hours, I might as well say something. First of all, thank you for everybody that's in this room for showing up, both
please.
sides, and the president of the union, and I've learned a lot tonight.
Name, please.
And I appreciate everything that I've learned, and...
Name, please.
Oh,
Name.
sorry. Sam Patel, 10 High Point Drive. That's okay, I don't mind. I'm a public guy, it's all right. But I just wanted to say, look, we all have to have empathy here for all sides. Those two children that came up here, I ran back there to applaud them, but also to share with them that, you know what, there's good people in front of you. I had one incident with a 9-year-old, and I spoke to this gentleman's admin. Within 45 minutes, the school principal called me directly. I couldn't believe it, and we rectified a situation right away. So I know things can get done in a very economical way, very quick way. So as far as the opening of the schools, you have to look at both sides here, and of course we want all of our kids back in school where they belong. And those kids back there, by the way, they only have a few months left. My heart goes out to them, man. They cried leaving here. They had tears in their eyes, and it just broke my heart back there. So I just want everyone to be civil. I hope somehow they can get back to where we belong, which is in school, as you mentioned. And from all the emotions that I'm hearing, yes, of course, we have to look at both sides and again, realize that some people have ailments. There's teachers out there that have underlying diseases and they're scared. This is direct quotes. They are scared to come back. And of course, why wouldn't I be empathetic to that person? But on the other hand, as the lady said, there are many, many teachers willing to risk and come back. But I think they're hiding because union pressures, whatever it might be, is what I've heard. And so, just keep in mind, I'm glad I got my say in today. And I just wanted to most of all say thank you to all the passionate people of this township. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other parents, any other residents who are in favor of opening the schools? Yeah, come up. Anyone, just come up so we can save a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'll call you. Yes.
Hi, Tina Chalice, Bernard Avenue. I hear a few people speaking on behalf of special education, so I wanted to stand up because I have 2 children. One is in gen ed, faring pretty well during the pandemic, but my 10th grader at J.P. Stevens is in a self-contained autistic program. And, like Dr. Bragan said, for him it's not a matter that he's not progressing or not progressing as quickly. He is regressing. We have spent a tremendous amount of time with the school and many hours outside of school through our insurance company to get him through a point that to me. So that's really it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maria?
Thank you, and thank you everybody for listening. Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson. On March 13, 2020 was the last day our children were in school. My daughter was a senior, so that meant no prom, no Wildwood, no June graduation. My son was a sophomore and he was in driver's ed when the classes closed. We had to pay Edison Driver's Ed School so he could get his permit. We need sports, we need cheer, we need social. We need the groups. We need DECA. We need esports. The children need our help. Our future depends on us to do the right thing for our children. The sooner we will educators to become vaccinated, the sooner the schools and the districts can reopen. Our future of Edison depends on us. Shine bright, Edison. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents? I try to get as many as we can. Okay, I know some of you who wants to speak, and thank you for staying with us. And just for the record, I just want to see a show of hand. how many of you, the residents, who are in favor of opening up the schools? Can you do the count? Yes.
When you say opening the schools, are you saying 20%?
Yeah, March 1st, as what we planned, hybrid, yes. Yes, yes. Right now, the decision is March 1st, so, hybrid on March 1st, I'm sorry. Got it? 30 of them? Okay, so for the record, we have about 30? 30, okay. All right, so now we're gonna open up the floor for any residents. I wanted to talk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you, everybody. My name's Kathleen Rowe. I'm on Parkerson Road. I have a senior here at Edison High. I have an 8th grader at Herbert Hoover, and I have a 2nd grader at Lincoln School. My senior does not want to come back because she is afraid to where she cannot be into a class that has a student in there to where she is quarantined, so she can't do her cheer. She was Edison High School's mascot last year. She was Egger. She absolutely loved it, and she also got a picture with Mr. Ross on the with the Egger. I do know Mr. Ross is using that picture for something that he is doing. My 8th grader is going to be in softball. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep her into school. She does need to go to school. She sits home every day and does absolutely nothing besides being on class. They don't get up in the morning to sit here and get dressed. I guess that is my fault because I am an essential worker. I sit here and go to work every day. I've actually done more overtime in the past year than I have the 11 years I've worked at my job. Where my job is Costco. Everybody goes there. Everybody is there.
I like Costco. I like Costco.
I have even seen Miss Conway there. I am not all the time in the main office, the main store. I am actually in tires for the past 2 years, but the 6 weeks, 8 weeks, when the first pandemic happened last year, I was in produce. You have no idea how many people do not sit here and follow the rules and come by you. If I have not gotten it in over a year at all, there is no reason why we can't go to school. I'm truly sorry. My 2nd grader absolutely hates being home. He does Taekwondo. He will be going for his black belt next month. And the only reason why that is happening is because Taekwondo went back to the store to where they were able to do it. When he was doing it on Zoom, he absolutely hated it. There is all kinds of noise and stuff going around. I do have my parents at home. They are 67. They sit here and try their best to do whatever they can to keep him online and doing what he's doing, but it's not working. Unfortunately, I do have to go to work every single day, and I am there when they are in school. It absolutely sucks. I'm truly sorry. I praise the teachers for everything they do. I love my teachers every day. I sit here and tell them all the time. My 2nd grade teacher, I gave her a 4-pack of wipes so that she could use in the school for her own class. I truly sit here and try and support my teachers every way possible. They all know it. Even my John Marshall teachers could sit here and tell you, because that's where my high school student went. I truly do. I try. It's just really, really hard, and I'm truly sorry, but they do need to go back. It sucks, and things have to move on, but if I could sit here and go to Costco every day and sit here and deal with all of the idiots, because they are there, we can get this done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're done with the first group. Let's move on to the second group. So do we have any residents? You can talk about anything else after we're done with this topic.
Hi, my name is Maria Lopez, and I have two boys. One has graduated from Edison High School 3 years ago and is in college at this time. I have been very pleased with the education that my children have received in Edison High School. I have a senior here presently who is a good student, is a successful student, and he loves school. He does his work, he's doing his work, he gets up every morning, he doesn't miss a beat. But he's a senior. He's a senior. And this will be the second senior class that will not have that celebration of going through 12 years of the Edison Public School system. It's heartbreaking for a parent to see. He's very social, he's an avid, he's a baseball player. You know, what am I gonna see my son, an avid awards night, receiving an award on Zoom? What is this about? And then to come back, he came back in the fall for 20%. He says, Mom, what's the point? The teacher's sitting at a laptop with the mask on. There's no interaction because that teacher is physically looking at the screen to every other student that's in the class. What's the point? Especially a teenager's not going to, I'm going to get up in the morning just to sit in a classroom that has 2-3 students? 20% is not acceptable. And I think because you're going again to another hybrid, maybe you should try 40%. And I think that's just that the kids don't want to go back because there's not enough, the coaches are not allowed to be with the students unless there's a game. Now there's games scheduled for April 1st, I understand. I might be incorrect on that, but it's just so disheartening. And I really think that we need to up the percentage if we can. I think personally we all need to go back to school. The warmer weather's coming. Open the windows. You know, I don't know, but it's very disheartening. For me, I'm finished. My son is, going to be finished in a few months. But I feel for him. I really feel for him, and I feel for those 2 students here that are seniors, and I think their hearts are hurting because they have lost contact with the people that they see in class and high five, and, it's just wrong. Something has got to be done, hopefully in the springtime, to bring some of these groups together, some of these classes together, some of these students together, at least for some socialization in sports. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on to the second group. Do we have any residents who are non-union members who are in favor of delay the opening from March 1st to later? Do we have anyone like that? Okay, see none? All right, so let's invite all the union members who wants to speak. Yes, Jeff.
Talk about to be the most hated guy in the room.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got 3 pairs with me, Jerry.
You have? Okay.
First of all, if I ever had to go back in the classroom, I definitely need to get contacts. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jeff Bowden. I have been an employee from Edison Township since the fall of 1984. 37 years. I spent 28 years teaching science at John Adams Middle School. And I spent the last 9 years as the association president for the Edison Township Education Association, which is comprised of approximately 1,575 people, comprised of teachers and support staff. For the last year, as you know, life has completely changed. And there's nobody in this room, rather than myself, would like to bring it back the way it was. But I can't flick a switch and do that. And I hate to tell everybody that it's not going to change for a while, and when we get back to normal, I don't think anybody can tell us. What we have learned from the last year is that mistakes have been made. It's mistakes at the local level, the state level, and certainly the federal level. Some mistakes involved more people dying than probably needed to be. I think every day about the wave of virus that came into our area in the Northeast from Europe, and all the senior citizens that never made it and never had a chance by decisions that were made, and I'm not blaming anybody here. This is almost like an act of war to us, and in war, there are casualties. But there are additional casualties when we talk about students and adults. And the problems that parents just described are not alone for just students. They're comparable in adults too. And I really was proud of those two students that spoke in the beginning. This advocated I was going to speak about. Asynchronous, although it helped the teachers, was more for the students, to be honest with you. The teachers, at least during the course of the day, get a break. The students get none. The demand on the student is tremendous. The pushback in the community is tremendous. We talk One Edison, but there is a different push depending on where you are in the community. That has never changed, and I've been here 37 years. With that said, the district has employed CDC guidance. I didn't make the CDC guidance, but I do expect the district to follow the CDC guidance. And if anyone has not read the recent CDC guidance, it starts to talk more about the community spread, not only what the schools are doing, but what is the community doing to support the lowering of the virus. They also provide numbers that are guidance to be followed. And I will admit, the virus is waning to a degree as we speak. Waning.
Going down.
However, in hindsight, the mistake was made when you look at the data that we probably should have opened schools on September 1st of 2020. That is when the caseload was at its relative minimum. 5 cases per 100,000 residents in Edison, New Jersey. In October, when we did open, it went up to 8 cases per 100,000 resident. In November, it then started to take off and rise to the upper 20s, followed by December in the upper 40s, in January, the upper 40s, and in February now, as it again comes to a close, we are around 30 cases on average. But now we use a 7-day cycle in the CDC. And I can't help the recommendations. The recommendations say that if a local community has more than 100 cases in a 7-day period, not what anyone wants to hear, but it is what the numbers show. So the question is, when do we follow what is the guidance, and when do we not follow what is the guidance? And I think after a year now, we can look at the guidance, and I'm going to come back after my first turn.
Okay. Anybody else who in union in favor of pushing it back? Yes.
Hello. Susan Campione, 8 Schiffer Court. The first thing before I get into what I really came up to talk about is I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the township lost a true dedicated resident today. Peter Barnes III passed away, and his mother was an employee of Edison Township Schools. He served not only Edison, Middlesex County, the state, and I know my family is going to miss his kind, warm smile, and we just hope that he rests in peace. So, a lot of what I was going to say has been covered, but I'm going to start by saying that there is not one staff member that was outside, that is here, that is home doing lesson plans, that does not want to be back in school. No one thinks that what has gone on in the last year is okay, that is in education. We care about our kids. I've seen so much written on Facebook. Teachers don't care. They don't care about the kids. They're collecting their salaries. I want my taxes back. Well, Mr. Shi, I am a taxpayer. I've been a taxpayer in Edison for over 30 years. A third of our staff are taxpayers in Edison. There are teachers who delivered Valentine's Day gifts to all of their students. My husband is a teacher. He went to Woodrow Wilson and picked up books for almost 100 students and delivered them over 2 nights to make sure that his kids could have the books that they needed to do their work. And the truth is, it's not even about going back to the building on Monday. It's hybrid that has me the most upset, because hybrid is not effective. And we didn't say that we're only opening the schools to 20% of the kids. The parents had surveys. That's who feels comfortable in sending their children to school and feels safe sending their kids to school. We didn't say that. So one of the things that I'm upset about is that you guys did a presentation when we were first going back to hybrid where there was a number that would trigger AB. You're not even following your own guideline. There are schools that have almost 40% going back to school. And there are teachers now. Guess what? Your classroom's changing on Monday because we don't have the room to put the kids that are coming back to the classroom. So now, with everything else you have to do, you got to go pack your room up because you got to move to another room to make room for the children that are coming, because we can't follow the guidelines. I gave up with many of my colleagues most of my winter break to go over surveys, to come up with things, suggestions that would help make the schools safe for everyone going back to school after dealing with a hybrid situation. To date, not one of those suggestions has come to fruition. Nothing to be safer from the last time we were in for hybrid. I mean, I was told today that even masks are not going to be mandated all the time, that if you're in a room alone, you don't have to wear a mask. No, the policies say everybody has to wear a mask at all times. The specials teachers in elementary are still pushing in to classrooms. Just one of those specials teachers gets sick, it takes down the whole school. And people think that there wasn't illness. There was illness. Teachers were sick. There were kids that were sick. The reporting may not have been there, but people were sick. Don't be under the impression that we were open. That was part of the reason that we had to close again. So this is personal to me because I will tell you, I had COVID in October. My husband had it, my daughter had it. We haven't been out to a restaurant since last March when this happened. Not outdoor dining, no nothing. I have groceries delivered. I have elderly parents that I'm responsible for. The only thing I can tell you that changed is my daughter went to work in person at a dance school with little children, and my husband started to report to Woodrow Wilson to work in the building. Those were the only 2 things that happened. Can I say that that's where I got COVID? I don't know. People that knew me were shocked that we had it. We were very sick. And I am what's called a long hauler. I still have symptoms that are sometimes debilitating. I'm holding up a whiteboard and I have to put it down because I can't hold it. I'm on medications for the cramps and pain that I have. That could be the rest of my life. Is it worth risking other teachers? Is it worth risking a student? Kids get this. Kids on these sports teams have it. We need to be honest about what's going on. And I'm just hoping that you give us a chance to get vaccinated so that we don't spread it to children and that we don't spread it to our own families. We have families too. And I would think that as a Board of Education members, you want to keep people safe, not only the children, but the staff that works for you, and that you would consider delaying, giving us a little bit more chance. We are networking like crazy, the teachers, to help each other to try and get vaccinations. Thank you.
For those who want to speak, can you move up? So, yeah. Go ahead.
Beth Talke, Midwood Avenue. I am a lifelong resident of Edison and a very proud para
Quiet, please.
of special ed. And I really wish, I see a lot of people leaving right now. I wish that they would sit and show us the same respect and hear what we have to say as we listen to them. I too want to be back in school. Nothing more do I miss than working with, I'm in an LLD class with kindergarten, first, second. I'm sorry, I'm very anxious and shaky because it's like the first crowd I've been in a long time. I don't want to reiterate a lot of the work, a lot that was already said about the CDC guidelines, which I feel that we're not really addressing right now. I'm also concerned about the mask wearing because yes, we do have pandemic language, we have CDC guidelines, and I've seen them not being followed. We no longer are showing the data of positive cases on our website. That to me is troubling because I know from speaking to people and being a resident in this town, there have been quite a few numbers of cases in our building when the students aren't there. So even though our students aren't in the school, COVID is still spreading. It doesn't, it's not discriminating. And that's kind of scary to me because I'm kind of a numbers person, and if I do have that knowledge and we know what's going on, you feel like you can deal with it better. Like if you have an illness or you're waiting for tests from a doctor's, you're very anxious until you know what the results are and you can deal with it. So that's, another concern to me. I feel like we're not being informed of everything that's going on and it's not consistent across the district. Even with the mask wearing, I don't want to go over the numbers again. Also, it was great you guys had that press conference today trying to get the vaccines, but I also feel it's a little bit too late to the game when we want to open schools safely on Monday. And yes, people are saying, well, we should have gotten the vaccines earlier. The vaccines weren't out and approved. Prior to that, we have been trying desperately to get them. A lot of people who've been scheduled to get them, teachers and staff, getting calls the night before, guess what, we're canceled. I am just asking and pleading, that, you give a little bit more time. We had this extra month. I was hoping and trying to be positive in this month, the Board of Ed, our administration, and the town would work together to make these vaccines more available, so at least it would give us a little bit peace of mind and feel like we had an extra layer of protection. So I'm just, we want to be back in school, we want to be with those kids, but at this point, until the vaccines are more readily available, and I feel like that you guys are doing the best for us, I think we should delay the opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the lady in the middle, yes.
Hi, my name is Brianna Thompson. I'm a teacher at Menlo Park School, as you can tell by my mask. Teachers, as a profession, are notorious for putting the needs of their students first and foremost. Even in the midst of a global pandemic, that has not changed. There is a misplaced notion that teachers who fear for their own health and safety and that of their families are somehow not considering the needs of their students, and I would like to address this misconception. I would also like to point out that I do not know of a single teacher who would not prefer to be in a regular learning environment, but that is just not possible right now. The idea of going back to achieve a semblance of normalcy will actually only serve to highlight the very aspects of this pandemic that are the most difficult for our students. When students are engaged in hybrid learning, there is a large discrepancy in the learning that takes place. Although we try, and we really try, teachers are unable to fully be in two places at once. Meeting the needs of in-person and remote students simultaneously is an impossible task, one that leads to one group of students feeling less engaged than the other at utilizing breakout rooms and interacting with their peers in meaningful ways via the digital platforms we have been using. I teach fourth grade, and my students can seamlessly manage group work. And having spoken to many peers who teach younger children, I know that even younger students are able to navigate these tools. I can honestly say that there has not been a marked difference in the classroom community that I have cultivated this year when compared with years past. Returning to school only to inevitably have to shut down for a period of time when somebody does get sick will take away any sense of security that our children have. Teachers want to be vaccinated. It is not selfish to want to protect ourselves and our loved ones, which includes our students, from sickness. There is a solution on the horizon. Vaccines exist, but as we know, the rollout has been slow and teachers have not been prioritized in any way. Let teachers get vaccinated. Keep teachers and Edison residents safe. Allow students to hold on to at least one familiar aspect this year, which has unbelievably become remote learning. We are learning that anyone who wants a vaccine should be able to receive one by the summer. When teachers are vaccinated, we can return to school without fear, without danger, and without making our children feel like a yo-yo going back and forth as we conduct the remainder of this school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. No. For those who want to speak, can you please move up, please? What happened to you all?
Before you start the clock, I'd like to make one thing before this. There's two people that are listed in the board minutes, and I can't believe they weren't recognized. Two staff members that passed away since the last board meeting, Stephanie Coppola and Al, the custodian here at Edison High. So I'd ask that we give a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Okay, I'm Matt Revnak. I'm the Vice President of ETA, and I'm a J.P. Stevens teacher of over 32 years. I'm a teacher, and I appreciate what Dr. Bregan said before. I also was not intending to go into teaching originally. I attended the U.S. Naval Academy, rather. Sorry, I know Mr. Shewish was Military Academy.
Wrong school.
Wrong school.
Okay.
U.S. Naval. I was accepted to West Point, but I went to Annapolis because my original major was aerospace engineering, and then a space shuttle accident happened, and I decided my second love was education, learning children. I entered this profession for that reason. There is no teacher I know, including myself, that wants to be back in the classroom with their kids. No one. But it's all about safety. My dad died of COVID back in July. I know many of you know that. He was in a hospital. He got in a hospital in JFK, and 11 days later died. I myself had to go for 3 surgeries in October into November. I also got it in a hospital, not JFK, down in Old Bridge. I was fortunate I wasn't in school because I didn't even know I had it. I had to get tested for the 3rd surgery I was getting and found out I was positive. If I had come to school, if I was capable, I wasn't capable because of the surgeries, who knows who I could have infected while I was here. I showed no symptoms. I had no fever, neither did my dad. I had no other symptoms. A couple days later, I did get a headache, I did get some body aches. A few days after that, same thing. And the only other thing was fatigue throughout the day. I'd wear down. All right, so I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have lost someone. I don't blame the hospitals, just like I don't want to be blamed now. I'm tired of hearing. I was very upset over the weekend watching Stephanopoulos on Sunday and hearing Chris Christie and Rahm Emanuel. Teachers got to go back to work. I was insulted. We've been working. If they would have said need to get back into school, I might have accepted it. In my 32 plus years, I've never worked harder in my life than I have this year. And believe me, my wife can attest, I'm up till 11 o'clock midnight every day working on the weekends, etc. It's not about that. It's not about getting the kids back, not getting the kids back. It's about getting them back under the right conditions. And right now, the conditions don't dictate it at this point. I agree with Dr. Bragan. He's been meeting with Mr. Bowden and myself and Dr. Aldarelli. And we've had nice discussions. We've tried to work things out. And yes, at times we have differing opinions. We had a big differing opinion this weekend. Okay? And he's shaking his head yes. I think we're all in the same way of thinking. We want safety, and yeah, we want the kids back. But right now, if you follow the CDC guidelines, you're talking about anything over 100 per 100,000 says that we should not be in school. Edison right now in 50 to 200 over every 7-day period. And yes, there are some of those other CDC guidelines that we aren't following. It's been reported to me, and I know from my own school, it's okay to be in a classroom, don't wear a mask if you're by yourself. No, it's not. We agreed on language for that. I wrote the language. Mr. Bowden and Dr. Bragan signed off on it. So why is it being allowed? I have concerns. We've opened up the sports team. I'm into athletics, Mr. Bowden. I just had shoulder surgery. Some of this goes back to being a pitcher in high school, torn rotator cuff. So I get it. I've been involved with athletics. Many of you know my daughter was a college softball player. There's nothing worse. I love sports. But we opened sports up, and we've had some situations occur with sports teams. Why? Because it's still not totally safe. This is not the NBA where we can put them in a bubble. So Mr. Shee knows I had one of my students get into West Point. The kids are reporting now that great colleges are getting into. I just wrote a presidential scholar recommendation for kids that we nominated. We have kids that are exceptionally, hardworking, high achieving, etc. But I keep hearing about social emotional learning and the strain that the kids are under. So what do? We're adding more AP classes in. We're talking about a degree through Middlesex College. It's just adding more and more stress. I know my time's up. So please consider everything, the students and the staff as well involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Coletto, and I teach at James Monroe School. For those of you who don't know me, I've been a teacher in Edison for 11 years and have attended the board meetings during this time. You haven't seen me since last February's action meeting, and that's for a good reason. We're living in a global pandemic. But tonight I needed to come here because this was just too important. Also, in the 11 years that I've been coming to the board meetings, I have never once gotten up to this microphone to speak. That too changed tonight because this is too important. Like every staff member in this room, I love my job. I know that kids learn best when they are in the classroom. I went to my students' houses on December 23rd to deliver presents to them because I love them. However, I also know that students will learn best when their teachers and the support staff are not afraid of getting COVID. Every staff member that is present here tonight is here because they are afraid to go back. Not because they don't want to teach, not because they don't want to love the kids, but because they are scared for their lives. With that said, I am pleading with all of you to keep us remote until the staff is able to be vaccinated. I'm 34 years old. I'm not eligible to be vaccinated. Who knows, with the way things are going, when I will be eligible to be vaccinated, much less when I can actually get a shot in my arm. Returning to school without the vaccine puts us all at risk, my students, my colleagues, myself, and my family. I do not want to see one of my students or colleagues get COVID-19. I don't want to contract COVID-19. I don't want my parents to potentially have to bury their child. I'm asking you not to make me choose between my job and my life. And I know some of you very personally, and I know that you want to do what is best. So what I'm asking you to do is give us a little more time and find a way to get us vaccinated so that we can all return safely and not be afraid to teach the kids, because they are what's most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Can you move up, please?
Angela Marks, 77 Scotland Avenue. Dr. Bragan, board members, thank you very much for your attention for the next several minutes. I apologize in advance. Very nervous in this situation. I could talk to 20 second graders all day, every day, but yet in this situation, much different. But I want to tell you that I've been a resident of Edison for 45 years. I've been a teacher in this town for over 20 years, and I am a parent in this district for 15 years. And I am here in this room tonight risking my life to let you know that I am horrified at what I see happening before me in my town. Please know that with the decision to hold public meetings in person during this pandemic, I had no choice but to come out tonight in order for you to hear me. And I know that you already know that I'm going to say that we need vaccines and we need plexiglass and we need all of those things. Yes, I second all of those things that you heard the previous speakers mention. So I'm going to tell you, as an Edison teacher, I must say to you that you must stop the spread of the fallacy in this town that schools are closed. Contrary to that popular misconception, schools in Edison are open. And today is Tuesday. That makes it a school night. And all of the educators in this room really need to be home doing what they do each and every school night to prepare for tomorrow's students, who are all at home, completed their assignments, and will be returning in the morning to continue their learning. But yet, we find ourselves here. As an Edison parent and resident, I say to you that I am quite ashamed and embarrassed that I had to leave the safety of my Edison home tonight to gather with you in this space over the issue of in-person learning. You know as well as I do that the New Jersey community watches what happens in this town. They watch, they listen, they pay attention, and sadly, they even judge. And this is not a good look for our Edison. Over the past year, my husband and children have helped me to do everything necessary to keep our family safe and alive during this global pandemic that continues to ravage the country, including staying home. No, we don't go to Costco. No, we don't do outdoor dining. We don't do those things. And I must say that no matter how you arrived in the seat that you're sitting in tonight, whether elected, whether appointed, or whether hired and contracted, you were charged with the task of representing the children, the parents, and the educators of this town. And I do highly respect you for that. But I do expect you to be better, not just better, I expect you to be the best at something so simple as respect for lives, because this is my town, this is our Edison, this is my high school. And lastly, as a human being, I say to you, and this part is hard for me, that over the past year, my family has also watched me battle and beat breast cancer to become cancer-free. So please, Do not now make my family watch me die from COVID, because irresponsible decisions were made in this town, and because we did not do everything necessary to respect Edison lives, because Edison lives do matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You see none. So, Dr. Bregan, do you want to address some of the questions from the? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can finish it. Yes, please.
Yeah, we didn't even hit public comments yet, and you already spoke for or against something. And you already broke the public comment section by allowing different groups to speak.
He didn't break the public comment section. The chair directs and can call on who he wants to call in whatever order he wants to call on them. So there's no set order for public comment. It's up to the chair to determine who gets to speak, when they get to speak. There's no discrimination. Everyone's going to get an opportunity to speak. It's not time for
Is that
rebuttal.
short?
It isn't time for rebuttal yet.
No, it's not rebuttal. Okay, so you can come up and.
Extra time if you want.
Yeah. What is it?
You can allot him if you want to. If the board wants to give him extra time to finish his comments.
Okay.
So he has to finish his comments.
All right, so let's just hold it off. So, any other first timers? Okay.
Right here, Jerry.
For this item only.
Yeah, public comment. Wait, I'm not speaking for or against something on public comment?
No, that's late. That's later. That's later.
This is the public comment.
That's later. So, Dr. Bregan, you want to address some of the questions that was raised about, the hybrid on March 1st? There were PPEs and plexiglass.
I'll do the best I can to
Yeah.
address what was put forth as best I can. First, I just want to say from our perspective, and I don't think anyone on the board thinks the teachers aren't working or that schools are closed. I know some people said that. I know I do not believe that.
Dr. Bregan? Close.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
And I know that the people that I've been associated with that are in the schools and are working in schools are working harder now than they did before. So that's not our perception that they're closed or that no one is working diligently at this time. That is not, personally, my perspective or the board's. A couple things. The PPE, I've said this, if anyone needs anything, let us know. We purchased almost everything that we could possibly purchase. If there's something that someone needs specifically, somebody mentioned plexiglass, we will get that. There was one particular incident where somebody asked me for that, and it was related to a specific one-to-one environment, working closely with a child, and all I asked was for the person to get back to me and say how you would do that one-to-one assessment to a plexiglass for the child. And as of today, I personally didn't hear back, so I don't know of anyone that's denied that to people en masse, as far as I know. So please let us know. We will provide as much PPE, and we ordered a great many quantities of it for as many staff as we can. Regarding the CDC guidelines, I just want to speak to that a little bit. This is the CDC guidance. These are the documents. They're on the website. And I want to highlight something I'm going to read. Schools that are open for in-person instruction, either fully open or hybrid, may decide to return open, even at high, quote-unquote, red levels of community transmission. These decisions should be guided by information on school-specific factors, such as mitigation strategies implemented, local needs, stakeholder input, the number of cases among students, teachers, and staff, and school experience. It further reads, again, CDC guidance that I was told I'm not following. There is no easy answer or single indicator, and many variables must be considered when determining when schools should open or close. Among these updated considerations for schools, and they're intended to aid school administrations as they consider how to protect health and safety and well-being of students, teachers, staff, and their families and communities. They should do this by promoting behaviors that reduce the spread of COVID-19, maintaining a healthy environment through cleaning, disinfection, modifications of spaces, and other strategies, maintaining healthy operations through strategies such as grouping students or doing hybrid schedules that students are not in school for longer periods of time, and preparing for when someone gets sick. We're doing all those things. Related to When schools should close for in-person learning or cancel in-person activities. School districts and school administrators should work with local health authorities when deciding to open, close, or reopen schools for in-person learning. The CDC recommends the use of 3 core indicators, including 2 measures of community burden and 1 self-assessed measure of school implementation of key mitigation strategies. The CDC community exposure, as was quoted in the 7-day total, whether it's greater or less than 100, is indeed greater than less than 100 in our town if we count our students, our population at 100,000. Our guidance from the local health department, and we work with them on a daily basis, says our schools are able to be open. Our self-assessed mitigation strategies, as well as those we used from an outside agency that came in and said we are compliant with CDC guidelines. I have a preliminary report and not the permanent one. I would have shared that at this meeting.
Yes, okay.
Furthermore, that's what I had on those ones. All right, so as far as the CDC guidelines, we are following the CDC guidelines. There's one metric out there that's been cited repeatedly that says that it should indicate by itself we shouldn't come back to school. That's not what the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention report. It's just not accurate. Regarding the number of 25% or more during hybrid instruction, that classes shouldn't be in session if that's the case. That was never said. That was a guidance that we provided out there as a rough number. What really matters is the CDC guidelines for keeping 6 feet distancing within classrooms, within groups, within spaces. That's what matters. We put that number out there as a general guideline, and I've shared that publicly with other people on more than one occasion. So this notion that when you reach 25%, you have to go to AB instruction or you can't be 4 days a week, I never said that, or nor did we put that out there. Regarding the reporting, when we were totally remote, we went totally remote in the first week of December because we did have increased school exposures where we had more than one student or staff member that was positive in a particular location from more than one outbreak. Can I say those were part of a school transmission or they happened within a school? I don't know that. Just as none of you know that for sure. As Ms. Campione said, she's not sure where she got it, whether it was from school or her spouse or somewhere else. I don't know, and nor would I make that aspersion that I do know. But we did follow the guidance at that time, which said that if you have this number of cases in your school from whence they came, and they weren't related to the same exposure, you would close your schools, and that's what we did. So from that point, I want to say it was around December 4th, I could have that date wrong, until the present day, staff have not been in the building, teaching staff and support staff. So when there were cases in the school, we didn't send out the documentation to everyone in the school, and we didn't say you were a close contact because you were home. You weren't a close contact. You weren't exposed. You weren't in the building. If you were custodial support staff, if you were security, if you were an administrator, and you were in the building, you would have been notified in accordance with the CDC guidelines. The idea that somehow we're not putting forth all the information and withholding, it's not accurate. We followed the guidelines and we followed the guidance. The reason individual schools and staff members weren't notified if there was an exposure in their school when they're totally remote is because they weren't exposed. When we were hybrid, we had the metrics on the website, and we will do that when we go back. We will have that out there. We will put down the cases, hopefully they'll be minimal, that are registered in the schools for the week, as well as the quarantines. We will do that. I'm just going down the list for the other things here notes that I had. I think I answered all the questions.
I think you did. All right, so just for the record, again, I want to hear everybody speak. So can I see a show of hand who in the audience are in favor of delaying the March 1st hybrid learning? Okay, can I see a show of hand? Okay, thank you very much. All right. So now we open up the floor for anything other than this topic. So anyone who wants to talk? Any topic, I'm sorry, any topic, any topic. Any topic, okay. Any topic.
First-time speakers.
First-time speakers, yeah, first-time.
Why, you know, I'm I'm gonna be against anything this man has to say, probably, but why aren't you letting the union president?
I'll let him say it. Let him say it. That's the attorney just corrected me. Okay? All right? That's why we have the attorney here. Yeah, Jeff, you want to finish
It's
up?
important to hear what he has to say.
Yes.
You're gonna count this as his rebuttal time then? So he gets, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Unless you want to extend it.
Forget the speech. In late December, I was asked to come up with a plan to help us return to school in February. As Ms. Campione said, I brought 15 intelligent educators together on the entire winter break to come up with a plan. That plan was given to Dr. Bragan either a couple days either side of the new year. He gave it to 2 administrators to review. The response afterward that it was flawed. They couldn't do it. What it involved is being creative in trying to get everyone back to school who needed to be back to school, and at the same time addressing the staff's concerns and, unfortunately, the majority of residents who have chosen to keep their kids at home. And that problem hasn't changed since day one. Everybody's still locked into their opinion of the virus. So if my proposal that we've created was flawed, then what have we seen as a change in the policy since the initial one was created in August? We have seen nothing. None of the suggestions were implemented. And there are many complaints in the school. I have documented letters where plexiglass has been denied to special ed, CST, and staff members. Those letters do not lie. They are signed by a supervisor of the department. I spent 3 months trying to get disposable gowns, and with Dr. Bragan's help, for paraprofessionals that cost between $1 and $4 a piece for paras that have to toilet the kids. That shouldn't happen in a school like this. We don't, to my knowledge, have any COVID drill, fire drill procedures. And parents on Facebook described Thomas Jefferson hallways as crowded and mixing of students back in the fall when we were there. As was suggested, to allow staff members to remove their mask in any location with an airborne virus is simply not acceptable by this association. We talk transparency, then look at other districts and how they report cases on a daily basis to their communities. I couldn't tell you how many cases we've had or have not had. What I do know is this: the state can't even contract trace. Am I going to sit down again and come up a third time?
Thank you, because I also didn't finish what I had to say. You know, in addition to what Mr. Bowden mentioned, and we did come, I was one of the 15 that spent my Christmas vacation and break coming up with a plan. But we also came up with a plan earlier, and it wasn't addressed, and that was a number of different schedules that we could follow. And that was also submitted. Now, I'm not going to say they weren't looked at and considered, but a particular schedule was developed and gone by. You know, one of my biggest fears is coming back too early and then having to go out again. There's nothing more counterproductive than doing that. You know, I keep hearing the word, and I can't stand the word already, pivot. I'm not pivoting. I'm like the damn virus. I'm mutating. I'm adapting. That's what it really comes down to. Pivot means you just go in a different direction. When I go in that different direction, I got to completely change what I'm doing. And I heard somebody talk about before the fact that, you know, you have in-person students that aren't necessarily getting what you should be getting because When I have 27 students that are at home and one in class, how am I supposed to divert my attention to one for the neglect of 27? The only way to do that is to have them on the computer, along with the rest of the class. I was in for 1 week right before we went out in December, and I enjoyed being there. I liked meeting the 2 students that I had. But when you're talking 20% of the kids coming in and 100% of the staff being told to come in, that you have to come in, the numbers don't make sense. They don't. When you have teachers told you have to come in even though you have no students there, it doesn't make sense. The more people you have in the classroom, or in the building, I should say, the more susceptible people become. Now, Mr. Bannon and I, again, we've been in discussion with Dr. Bragan, and we've talked about things like that. Quite honestly, I just asked for an extension of remote teaching. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. Not about the pandemic, because if I was able to on March 1st when we're open, I'll be there. I can't drive. I'm not permitted to at this point. I don't know if they're going to allow it or not. They say no, guess what? My kids don't get instructed for a week. Good luck getting someone to do my job. I'm doing it because I want to do it. Within 24 hours of each of my surgeries, less than 24 hours, I was teaching my students. And every one of them can verify it. That's the dedication we have as teachers. But right now, we just don't, I shouldn't say we, and there are some teachers that want to go in. Quite honestly, I'd be more willing to go in. If one of those teachers that are high risk can stay home and me go in, I would do that. Just like getting a vaccine. I was supposed to go yesterday, and on the way up, I was told, guess what? It was a glitch in our system. You're not able to, even though I'm on a state as being approved for it. My answer is, if I can give it up to someone that's in need, that's 80 years old, for example, and hasn't been able to get an appointment, I would have deferred it anyway. But they tell you you can't even do that. And that's our situation here. We just want to be safe. Not only staff, students and their families as well.
Thank you.
Well, Matt, just more eloquently than I could say, just said 19% of the students are coming back. Why 100% of the staff? I'm not going to talk more than 5 minutes, Krista, don't worry. Why all the staff has to go in there, why plans haven't been made. Another thing, Jerry, I know you're polling the people here and saying who wants to go in and who doesn't want to go, like who wants to stay out. Those that don't want to go back yet are the 81% whose students are still saying fully remote. They're probably not here tonight, and I didn't want to be here tonight. I haven't even seen 2 of my kids since before Christmas because of this. And I'm here because I'm so passionate about it. But those 81% who don't want their kids in hybrid yet is the rest of your vote that aren't sitting here because they don't feel comfortable being here and they don't feel comfortable with their children being in the classrooms yet. And unfortunately for these parents here, I know you want your kids back. I want my kids back. But when we were back in November and December, because our schools are old, with the windows open, with kindergarten, first and second graders, freezing with their winter coats on, trying to learn on a Chromebook while we still have half the kids at home on the screen is not the best for these kids. So please take it into consideration. Let's work together. Talk to some of the staff. Talk to the people in the town. Let's come up with a plan that's great and safe for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. First timer? Yeah. You're the first timer? Yeah.
My name's Dawn Penny. I'm a teacher here at Edison High. Jeff Bowden represents me, and I would like to yield the rest of my time to him.
I'm sorry, our policy does not permit that. Jeff Bowden can come back later.
You know, listen, that's the 4th rebuttal, all right? And the public hasn't even had, I don't care if he's the ETA president. Stop pandering to them because you know they're going to endorse you when you get up elected. That's not inappropriate.
Crystal, sit down. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
As a teacher here in Edison High, I have serious concerns with returning to school. Although I, as a teacher, am in one classroom, I share my classroom with 3 other teachers. That's 3 other adults coming into the same room I do during the day. Not to mention, there's 6 classes of kids that are coming in. We are there for 40 minutes. I heard from many people in the audience who want their kids to come back, how they're going to work. They're not sitting for 40 minutes in one room with somebody who's potentially infected. The teachers are using the same tools, the mouse, the desktop computer. Although we try our best to wipe things down in that 5 minutes between classes, we can't be assured that we are getting all of that. And as we saw here in the audience today, not everybody is keeping the mask on the whole time. So it is highly probable that COVID is going to return when we return. And when a staff member either caught COVID or was in a room with a kid, they now got quarantined, as well as all of their other classes got quarantined, which puts additional stress on the staff that is in the schools because we now have to cover some of those classes. I don't want to go into another class. I don't want to have to potentially be exposed again outside of my own classes. I think that's a decision that you guys need to keep that in your mind with us as potential risk factors here. As you heard, most of the teachers cannot get a vaccine. Several of the teachers have health concerns. None of us want to put our families at risk. None of us want to be sick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any first timers? Yes. Any topic?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Johnson, and I live at 407 Durham Ave in Edison, New Jersey. So, family, friends, and colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to recognize all the students who are acknowledged this evening. I think it's great that our students can still be recognized despite this COVID time. And I also want to thank all the teachers, administrators, and staff for all their hard work during this season. I know it's been a little challenging, but continue that fight. And at this time, as Ms. Capione said, we look on the Barnes family. We all mourn the tragic loss of our dear friend and wonderful Middlesex County Representative, Judge Peter Barnes. Mr. Barnes served on the Edison Town Council from 1996 to 2007, and then jumped to the State Assembly from 2007 to 2014, and then continued his political career as a state senator from 2014 to 2016. A graduate of J.P. Stevens, Mr. Barnes left the Senate after Governor Christie appointed him to serve as a Superior Court judge in 2016. Mr. Barnes was a prime example of excellence, leadership, and dedication to public services. My condolences go out to his entire family, as well as my close friend, Jack Barnes. He will be missed. And next, as we transition to the end of Black History Month, I would just like to share 2 notable figures who have made significant strides in the advancement of education. The first is Miss Ruby Bridges. She was the first African-American child to desegregate the all-white William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans, Louisiana in 1960. And secondly, Middlesex County Superintendent, Mr. Kyle Anderson. In 2011, Mr. Anderson became the first African-American councilman in the township of Woodbridge, and in 2018, Governor Murphy named Mr. Anderson interim executive county superintendent. This month, the Middlesex County Black Caucus acknowledged Mr. Anderson for all of his wonderful actions. Black history is extremely important, and we cannot lose sight of it. And in essence, it is American history. And lastly, I'm excited to announce the restart of the Lena Harris Foundation Mentorship Program, as my shirt indicates. I know there is some intriguing debate tonight about the reopening and the discussion of the reopening. And ultimately, life is about flexibility. And we will be flexible. And with that being said, the program will start on Saturday, this upcoming March 6th, and officially conclude on the last Saturday in March. Our culminating banquet is scheduled for April 3rd, 2021, and that'll be held at the Pines Manor in Edison, New Jersey. We will recognize all the students of the program and present the Lena Harris Foundation Scholarship. The program will be turning all the mentors, as well as the only 8 mentees who participated in the program last year, and hopefully with adequate space and resources, we'll be able to appropriately socially distance and officially complete the remaining weeks of the program. So thank you so all. I'm interested in the rest of this debate. It's actually fascinating, and God bless.
Thank you. Yeah, do any first-timers? Yes, please.
Do I take it off the talk
Whatever
or
you
leave
feel
it on?
like it. Whatever you feel like it.
Okay. You can hear me fine, right?
Yes, yes.
Listen, I work for a living. I respect the teachers and their opinions and how they feel, but my question is, what's the difference between them going back to school and me, who has to travel for a living and work every day and be in public and with people that could have it, could not have it? I still go home to my family and the same. I'm just asking what the difference is. I'm not trying to start trouble. If somebody wants to come up and tell me the difference, I'd love to hear it. But to me, it's the same thing as any other job. So,
Okay, thank you. Any other first-timers? Yeah, the lady. You come. You're after him.
See,
Yeah,
I'm
come.
here because I know you're gonna look on that side last on purpose, Jeremy.
It's your turn. Come on.
Let the lady go first, ladies first. I just know you're gonna, that's why I'm here.
She's a first-timer, right? You're a first-timer?
No, you said second. He
No,
went
no.
again, I wanted
The
to
first
go
time,
again.
okay, we'll let Crystal, you stay there, you stay there, yeah, okay, Crystal.
Highly irregular before rebuttals, before somebody even gets their first time to speak.
I thought we're done, that's why, you know.
The ETEA is here. So they love to endorse Democrats, but they also complain that they're not getting their vaccines. So I want to show them how some of these Democrats they vote for every year, this is the reason they're not getting their vaccines, because of the corruption they vote for every year. Councilman Brescher, he spoke about John Polomina, Jay Elliott, and Mickey Gross the other day. And I want to explain how backwards this whole county is. John Polomina, County Administrator, former freeholder and South Plainfield Councilman. Dennis Cerami, former South Plainfield Councilman, hired by Polomina to be Middlesex County Personnel Director without any experience. Had a freeholder resolution adopted to allow Cerami to retire early with medical benefits, something not given to other county employees. Now Cerami given the directorship of another department without any experience. Dennis Cerami's wife works for Sunnyside Delicatessen, owned by John Polomina. John Polomina is renting office and parking lot space to Jack Morris, somebody who wants to put low-income Hispanic students on contaminated property. He's given it to them for COVID-19 testing, parking lot space. Why rent to him? John Polomina's daughter works for New Brunswick Tomorrow, fake news. John Polomina's son-in-law works for the prosecutor's office. John Polomina's mother-in-law works for the Health Department, Environmental Division. John Gorman, Senator Deenan's brother-in-law, works for the Environmental Division. Charles Hasselgrund, Mayor Gallagher's brother-in-law, former Environmental Division employee. Former South Plainfield Mayor Gallagher works for the Turnpike Authority. Mike Gallagher, Mayor Gallagher's son, is the county fire marshal. Ronald Serra, political operative from Woodbridge, working in the Environmental Division. Heather Foss Delgado, South Plainfield, John Polomina's personal secretary. John Ferguson, South Plainfield, Middlesex County OEM Director. Now here's where we start talking about Edison. Mickey Gross, Head of Environmental Health Division, County Democratic bagman, works continually on county time doing political favors and errands. That's why he doesn't show up to the Edison meetings. South Amboy Councilman. Shakes down restaurants and businesses in the county for donations and money for the Democratic parties for political events. Harold's Deli, Entenmann's, Food Town, Acme, and many more. File a Freedom of Information for his county and desk phone bills, and you will find numerous calls for his political work, or follow him. Mickey Gross has also been a part-time inspector for Edison Health Department, making thousands of dollars doing nothing, employed by Jay Elliott, Edison Director of Health, who in turn serves as zoning office for Mickey Gross in South Amboy. It seems to me like there's an inordinate number of county hirees from South Plainfield since John Palomino became freeholder and later county administrator. I'm sure you will find more if you look. I just didn't feel like looking anymore after 10 minutes. And this is just me looking for 10 minutes. Assemblyman Karabinchak's daughter works
Can I stop
for...
you? What does that have anything to do with
This
school
has
board?
to do why Edison is not getting the vaccines, number one. And number two, why are you guys interrupting me during public comments? The Supreme Court case law says you cannot interrupt my time to speak.
We can pause your time.
But you didn't pause my time. You could have, but you didn't.
Give you extra time.
Please stop. Okay, give me extra time then. Mayor Womack's wife works for the Public Health Department. Susan O'Leary from South Amboy, political connection through Mickey Gross, works in the Public Health Department. Sean Moran, Mickey Gross's right-hand man, works with Mickey in the Environmental Division. You wanted to know what this has to do with Edison? Well, the Edison Democratic Organization is weak. Why do they allow other towns like South Plainfield, Metuchen,
What does that have to do with the Board of
Carteret?
Education?
What it has to do, why are they not receiving the vaccines they're supposed to receive? And you're telling me, why are other towns receiving more vaccines? Metuchen, such a small town, how many times more vaccines do they have than us? It has to do because the leadership of the Edison Democratic Organization is inept. They complain they don't get their vaccines, but they're going to continue endorsing EDO members, so you can't have it really both ways. I don't care if he's the ETA president. You still have to follow the rules of the meeting. It's highly irregular to have 4 rebuttals before even one member of the public can make their first time. And that's your fault. Well, he should know better than to run meetings like this. If that's how you run meetings, you should have hired a different lawyer. I'm sorry, but when parents enrolled their kids, they never agreed to have predators track their IP address. Had something to say when the kids were here, but they're gone, I won't say it. The Kilmer site is contaminated, that's why it's been avoided for so long. Don't listen to Sam Joshi. You can look at it, whatever, but first you're gonna have to clean all the carcinogens that's in the soil that Sam Joshi didn't want to tell the public when he was selling his fairy tales. Why is the public not invited to your Zoom meetings that you were having the other day? Why isn't it recorded for the public? Why didn't you invite the local news to your press conference? New Jersey Corruption Watch, Jersey Watcher YouTube channel, no invite. I got no invite to it. Well, Bowden, that one guy, he said he'd make $100,000 a year. Is that true? He makes $100,000 a year? From what, shaking down union members?
17 seconds, please.
You're not getting it from the taxpayers, right? It's from shaking down the union members?
Please, respect.
So you don't have the best interests of the students and taxpayers. You have the best interests of those who donate to you. Or I'm going to come back up for a rebuttal.
Any other first-timer? First-timers. Yes, Joe. First-timer.
Stop interrupting members of the public during public comment.
Stop disrupting the meeting, please, or we'll ask you to leave.
Good afternoon, Sam Marshall, 517 Jefferson Avenue,
Imagine, that's good.
former Edison resident. One of the reasons I just wanted to say I enjoy coming to Board of Ed meetings most is because every time I do,
Closer, yeah.
one of the reasons I enjoy coming to Board of Ed meetings as much as I do is because every time I do, whether it's from all of you sitting up here or from the many attendees, I never cease to learn something new about my townspeople. And one thing I've learned tonight from a variety of the people who spoke is that they're united on one thing, that's that they care very deeply, just as I do about the students in our township. This coming March 1st, I myself will be embarking on my very first stint as a long-term substitute teacher in Edison Township at Herbert Hoover Middle School. And So firstly, I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity, and I want to say that, firstly, I'm excited to be a part of such a passionate community of educators. And I want to thank every single educator, both sitting in the crowd now and who's helped me become the hopefully future educator I will be once I eventually graduate. And I want to thank them all for everything they do and they're doing now, and wish them the best of luck, whatever the board decides to do, however they decide to proceed forward. I have full faith they'll be doing the best work they possibly can be, and I wish them luck and safety and health. Secondly, this is something that's kind of been at the back of my mind for a bit of a while, but in the wake of all the new technology we've been continually discovering for how to make education better in Edison, one of the things I noticed that could definitely see an improvement are at the beginning of every Board of Education meeting, many of the people who come here to attend and to be involved in our community are handed a very thick packet, about maybe a third of a phone book in width, of all the different events and happenings, and that's all well and good. But one thing that is definitely a concern of mine is the environmental impact of such a thing happening at every single board meeting. And given that we have access to all this wonderful new technology in the wake of COVID, in the wake of virtual learning, et cetera, I was wondering if the board would look into developing some sort of QR code to be posted at the entrance of every Board of Ed meeting, so that those Board of Ed meeting participants who would like an alternative option or a greener option for learning all the new updates of the hirings, firings, movings around, happenings of the Board of Education would have a greener way to do so without necessarily having to print as many of these thick packets that are going to be, thank you, that are going to be used once and then thrown out. And finally, I just want to reiterate the excitement that my good friend Joe Johnson shared earlier about the Lena Harris Foundation's revival this coming March. That is another program I am very excited for, and I'm looking forward to reconnecting with all the wonderful Edison residents who I met through that program and working with them to help them discover their full potential and help myself discover my full potential as an educator and as a mentor. And in addition to that, I wish you all a wonderful night, and stay tuned for more news regarding our upcoming wrestling season.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Samuel, that was a great suggestion for the URL.
No one else has done this. So I'm back up here. Tina Lapalosa, Ellen Street, Edison. I also grew up in Edison, probably older than many of you. Was a graduate here, went to Hoover. I went to Piscataway Town, which is no longer there. That's how long ago it was. Okay? There's a few things. First, I want to say I also have the utmost respect for the teachers. I love Edison schools. My son had an opportunity to go to a Catholic school for high school sports. They wanted him, blah, blah. We stayed in Edison. He wouldn't have wanted to go anywhere else. It was his decision. We stayed here. Is Mr. Ross the best principal ever? Yes. No matter what time of day, Boss Ross answers your email. Just like Superintendent Bragan, your email gets answered. So I'm saying he's probably here every day, because he always is, no matter what. And he's here now. And I understand that the teachers are afraid, and I wanted to say earlier that if you get the vaccine, I would donate my time and give the vaccines, because I want them to also feel safe, right? I don't blame them. Don't blame them for that. But they also have the choice, just as the students do, I'm guessing, whether to come back to school or not. No, they don't, because they may lose their jobs, but so would have I, as a nurse, would have lost my job if I didn't go to work. So it's the same thing. I went to work, I took care of my patients, I still do it now, every day. 3 people in my 4-person household worked every day, and they still continue to work every day. My son works for Amazon, essential employee, Amazon. I think the teachers, are quite more above the Amazon workers. No offense to my kid, but the teachers are doing important things. So is Amazon, right? Because that's how we get our food or whatever it may be. There's also some misconceptions and things of what they're saying. So on the CDC guidelines, the illness, the COVID virus is not airborne. So if you're in a room by yourself, I understand the guidelines may say that you can't take off your mask, but that doesn't make sense. Because the virus is a droplet precaution. Just look at the CDC website. You have to be within 6 feet of someone. If you're in a room by yourself, you can take your mask off. So I know that they're nervous, and they're saying they can't wipe things down, but no offense, because I know I'm going to get looks when I go back, but many people came to this podium, and no one wiped it down. Very few people. Sorry. I'm done. I just want to say, happy to help, but the kids should be in school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other first timers?
I'm coming back for a second time. Gail Engel, Galloway. I will agree with the teachers on one point. The hybrid doesn't work well. Even my son, who I want to send back, says the teachers are paying more attention to the children on the screens than they're paying attention to the children in the class. So I think there's a better way to handle coming back in person. I don't know what that is because I'm not an educator. I am also essential. I work at the refinery. None of you could get here tonight. You couldn't get your food if I didn't go to work. So you know what? Everybody's got to go to work. I don't like it either. I work with, 200 men coming in all day long to get what they need to keep the refinery running. It's the way it is. But nobody could do what else they needed to do if we didn't go to work. I have been a board member at the Middlesex County Vocational Schools. I have family members that are teachers, and I have students. So I can see it from everybody's point of view, but we have to be back in person for the children that need it. It may need to be a different model, but it's got to happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maria?
You're the first time, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maria Orchid,
Just come in the front.
83 Jefferson. Off topic, I attended 2 Zoom meetings. One was Care for the Caregiver. It was kind of light, it was kind of airy, wasn't any give and take. The other one was the ESPAC, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be a little bit more engaging, to have a discussion, to talk about different topics. The parents need to be heard. We need to have more programs out there that would appeal, not just talk to, but talk with, to share our issues, not talk down to, but have an active conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rich.
Rich LaPalosa. Hi, guys. You might consider this relevant or irrelevant. I don't know if you can understand what I'm going to say. Planes crash, boats sink, cars crash, but guess what? We still take our families on vacation. That's bottom line. Take it in your own context.
Thank you. Thank you. You want? Yeah. Mr. Ross. Since you're the principal, you got 6 minutes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bragan, Mr. Shee, members of the Board of Education. I know this is a long, contentious meeting, so I'll be brief, but I appreciate that it's Student Recognition Night, and I'd be remiss to have a board meeting in the home of the Eagles without talking about what's great about Edison High. So a couple real quick things. Obviously, the caring of all the people involved, staff and parents, is number one. Thank you, Ms. LaPalosa, for the kind words. But I need to shout out a couple people. Mr. Johnson talking about the Lena Harris Foundation. I'm also excited about that. And he mentioned Ruby Bridges. I want to shout out Carter G. Woodson and Miss ETEA member, Miss Melody Van Pell's class that did a great job setting up our African American History Month slides for our Friday Academic Focus that got shared last week. So thank you to that, Mrs. Van Pell, and all those great students. And I'd also like to thank, right now, if anybody, when you came in on the lobby TV, we had a great demonstration from our dance program, their solo concert that was done in a way where the students were able to come in, their families were able to see them, but it was safe and people were separate. It took a long time, and a lot of people went to work for it, from Ms. Jenkins, from the students, from Mr. Jaworski. But today I'm going to give out a What's Great About Edison pin to the man behind the camera, Mr. Patrick McDonald, who does all of this work. And I just want to say, Patrick, thank you for all you do. You are what's great about Edison High. You are the man. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give 2 pins. Anybody else?
Sorry, Angela Mark, 77 Scotland Avenue. Much less nervous now, because now I'm completely speaking to you as that tax-paying parent. I was confused before. You were looking for parents who want to delay the start of hybrid and stay remote. I am that parent. Are they here tonight? Of course they're not here tonight, okay? But I do have to tell you, after sitting here listening to, when are we wearing our masks? When are we not wearing our masks? If you want some plexiglass, please ask. Hearing this as a parent does not instill confidence at all. And so, if you want my opinion, if anyone's interested, no way in HELL would my daughter walk these halls. No offense to EHS, no offense to Mr. Ross. I too think he's awesome. But right now, the opinion of a parent during this pandemic, hearing what I've heard tonight, no, not in these halls. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Crystal. Stay on the topic of school board, please.
On topic of public comments. So I heard one of the ladies speak before about the ETA members speak about masks and whatnot. And the lawyer should have let them know that policy is not the law. The school policy can't override the USA Constitution, the New Jersey State Constitution, and the board attorney knows that real well. You might have a rare instance where a kid medically can't wear that mask. And like you said, every kid has to have education. That's New Jersey state law. First offense trying to kick that kid out would be $75,000 if some ETA members start freaking out and, remove the kid, because I know what's gonna happen. And they might not like what I have to say, but it's not just my own opinion, it's other people's opinions as well. For Black History Month, I like to talk about some black heroes who influenced my lifetime. The Orthodox Christian Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. I like Tupac. Not so much his music, but what he did at the end of his career, not so much the beginning when he was more wild. I denounce anyone. I can't believe I heard somebody even mentioning Kyle Anderson's name in here. Somebody who put the life of an Edison resident at risk over a lie. I wouldn't, that's somebody that I wouldn't, a racist that has many times before posted things on Facebooks with the photos. What did it say? Off with the pigs. And that's talking about cutting off the heads of a police officer. So I'm against that 1,000%. Where our kids, they should be learning about, other people. We got St. Moses the Black. That's somebody you can look forward to. They don't know who he is. He's a good man. I got 42 seconds, so I'm going to filibuster this right now. God bless America. God bless your families. God bless Middlesex County and the whole world. In America, we don't support
In America, we don't worship the government. We don't worship political parties. We worship God. That's why on the dollar bill it says, "In God we trust." In the Declaration of Independence, our Creator is mentioned 4 times. What else is there? 9 seconds. And I hate the way you pander to these ETA members just because you want their endorsement when the time comes, and you don't allow the public to come up. You give them even four of them. You gave them rebuttals before even one person came up.
Anybody else?
Unless you want to wait, that's a dangerous precedent to set.
And it's also 11 o'clock, and I think they need to get ready for classes.
We have, we want to hear everyone, okay? But we have to stop at a certain point, okay?
I would
So-
like to let him speak.
I'm sorry?
I would like to hear him speak. I would like to hear what he has to say personally. I don't get that chance to hear it, so I would like to hear it.
What time does your notice say the meeting's going to end? Where's the public?
I don't think one more speaker is going to kill us.
All right, so,
Motion to extend the meeting for one more speaker.
all right, Jeff, finish up. It's meaningless debate on something like this.
Jerry, I think you should make a statement though that you're making an exception to the bylaw.
Yeah.
Allow him to speak.
Okay, so just to be, we are making exception to the bylaw today because it's a big topic, so another 3 minutes and to finish up.
Before my time starts, I played along with the rules of this process.
Microphone, please, Jeff.
I played along with the rules of the process. When we were in the third stage, which was the union members' time, which is quite, trying to, be declared as the union person thing. First of all, Jerry, I'm a taxpayer here in Edison too. So I guess I should have been able to speak at each time. All right? So we could debate this all night. But that's not what I'm here. I was in the middle of talking about the CDC. It's very difficult to do a lesson when there's constant interruptions. It's bad teaching. And yet I haven't had time to finish. There was rebuttal. I didn't even have time to finish. So I'm going to ask one question about the document Dr. Bragan was looking through the chair. Dr. Bragan, what does it say about sports when conditions are high?
We're going to address all the questions at the end, so that's, finish up.
Use your time.
All right, fine. It was mentioned that the football team had never been shut down. It was shut down for 2 weeks as 3 players tested positive. The varsity and JV basketball team had 2 coaches that tested positive, for the record. Okay, so there are lack of truths that are being dispelled here, okay? So we need to be transparent. We need to be fully transparent. I think it says in the CDC that you're not supposed to have sports when it's high. I believe in sports. I've also recommended that we try to test our athletes for COVID-19 so that they can continue to enjoy the things they like. But we aren't given a chance. This has been a really difficult night for all our people. Our teachers and support staff work incredibly hard. In the beginning, everyone was rallying around educators a year ago. Now, all of a sudden, they're the enemies. For what reason? Because politically, the government changed, and now we're trying to make it acceptable for kids to come back to work? And by the way, I'm not a President Biden fan, but he did say within his first 100 days, I don't think that's over till about April. We live in the Northeast. The studies show 50 countries in the Northeast that this is a pandemic that affects colder, wetter areas more, namely Europe and the Northeast. And things will get better as soon as we get out of the early spring. And patience is a virtue. That's what my mother taught me. And moving us back into March 1st is a little premature. And I like Dr. Bragan. But I didn't like how this board meeting was run at all tonight. And it's very discouraging after 37 years teaching some of the children of the people that are on the board. I've taught several of them, and have 37 teachers that I taught in the public classroom that work in this community.
Thank you. All right, that's the last one. Come.
You guys
You are the last one, that's it, we're done. We'll give him another shot, otherwise you're gonna spend 5 minutes.
I just wanted to see if you were going to give me a second rebuttal like you gave him a second rebuttal. And the fact that you did, I can't really complain, you know? But you did start my time, so I do got 10 minutes, 50 seconds to filibuster again, don't I? And I don't like to hand my...
Talk about matters that relate to the Board of Education or matters that are on the agenda. You can't just filibuster and talk about anything you want up here.
Excuse me, lawyer, you should know that there's a Supreme Court case law that says during public comments, you can speak for anything you want. I can start speaking about for monkeys in the space station if I wanted to.
Because we deem it to be obnoxious or repetitive, the chair can shoot.
I read your policy, and your policy's illegal. It's not the policy.
You have a
The
question,
the law is the Open Public Meetings Act and the
You
Sunshine
have a
Law.
question, ask.
The
Let's wrap it up.
policy is, it has to be Board of Ed related. That's not true. I've been to New Brunswick zoning board meetings and started speaking about the Greek-Armenian genocide. So I understand he hired you, and you have to do what he wants you to say, but no.
I'm going to follow the law. I'm a lawyer. I'm going to tell you what the law is. The law doesn't say that you can come up here and speak on anything you want.
Supreme Court case law does, yes, it does. There's been many instances. You know what? You should fire this guy because you had him already prepared for me. Complete crap. He actually went to law school, and I know this. What's the reason for that? How did you go to law school, and I'm a member of the public? I didn't go to law school. How do I know a member of the public can speak for anything they want?
You're speaking on things that you don't know about. That's why you're taking the piece of
So,
the public's time.
can you give me one example? What don't I know about, sir?
You're speaking right now and keeping people here that want to go home and do their
They can get up and go home at any time they want. I'm only keeping government people here. So again, what am I speaking about that I don't know about?
The Open Public Meetings Act, for one thing.
Open Public Meetings Act says when it's the public time to speak, let them speak. It doesn't say to give certain groups. So Bowden, you were wrong when you said to come up. I understand they did today, union members, and who said it's obnoxious? Who said it's obnoxious? Learn how to respect members of the public, sir. The taxpaying public pays you.
You're disrespecting every other person in this room by doing what you're doing right
Do you guys feel I'm disrespecting you? Yeah, of course the ETA would hire it. Yeah, of course you guys would. I'm not allowing you guys to abuse the process is what's going on, and I'm calling you guys out for it.
Crystal, can you just finish up, please?
26 seconds, so, I mean, like I said, if they want to get up to leave, now I'm definitely gonna stay up here for the 21 seconds. Yeah, are we gonna find out the answer tonight? What did I say that was obnoxious, sir? Learn to respect members of the public. The taxpayers pay you. I understand you probably met him at some restaurant before he hired you and told you to do a certain
Time's
thing.
up, Crystal, time's up.
Move. All right, can I have a motion to close
Motion.
the comments? All right? All right, do I have a second? Second. Okay. Can I have a motion to close the meeting? Yes. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, meeting is adjourned, thank you.